Um, so yeah, so the workshop is designed to help you on strength and weaken questions. Uh, Even though I think overall the way we're going to approach these questions, you will get an overall sense of how to go about CR questions, and probably you will uncover some of the problems that you face in CR questions in general. Uh, but more specifically, of course, we'll be discussing only strength and weaken questions. Uh, uh, Whether this workshop can sort of help you sort of make a difference in a very short term kind of thing in the 10 days, 20 days, don't know. Um, uh, Depends on the kind of insights you get and all that. But normally, a lot of problems, people, of course, if you get to know very specific, of course, you'll get to know something specific. Um, but if you get to know some very things which are very easy to apply, then naturally you'll be able to apply them the next 10 days. But if you get to know sort of there are problems in the way you approach things or the way you process things or sort of in terms of the clarity, then it's quite likely that you will take a longer amount of time to see improvements. That's a disclaimer. But overall, yeah, I'm quite happy to be here and quite excited. Excited. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Um, I like teaching, and it's fun to discuss CR. And yeah, I sort of try to encourage people to sort of see interest, um, see that how CR can be interesting, rather than just thinking of it as okay something to do so that they can get a good GMAT score. So so Shri Harsha, we have an Anuj. They are active participants. So they will remain active participants throughout all the sessions, three sessions we have as part of this workshop. Uh, s- uh, and then I'll sort of pick one or two more active participants from the other pool, uh, sort of, and that those active participants will change in different sessions. So the reason I could think of this way of going about conducting the workshop that we have some active participants, we have some passive participants, is because I conducted I'm not sure whether you have seen, I conducted a workshop. It's a 2 hour essentially workshop on RC in which sort of I did this kind of thing that there were three or four active participants and we were sort of reading an RC passage together. And there were a lot of more than 60, 80, I think, passive participants who were just listening to the conversations. And the overall feedback was quite positive. People actually gain uh, by listening to the kind of mess that other people make, which I didn't know that. So since that turned out to be quite well, so I thought, okay, probably I can sort of replicate it in strength and weaken in CR questions. Okay, so with that and overall formatted again, I've already shared. So in the first, let's say 1 hour 45 minutes, I'll be mainly discussing on primarily or only discussing with the active participants. In this particular session, the active participants will be Anuj, Sriharsha, and Priyal and Om. So I'll be asking more questions and they can also ask questions from me. The other will remain passive. So after 1 hour 15 minutes, in the last 15 minutes, sort of you can ask, anybody can ask questions. So I'll open the floor. So this is how it's going to be. Okay. So I'll start with a brief intro about me. So I'm a GMAT coach. I run this GMAT with CJ.com. I think you already know. So I'm a graduate from Ahmedabad, 2010 batch. So I've taken a lot of these aptitude exams, CAT, GMAT, GMAT Focus, GRE. I also have a YouTube video, sure, probably some of you have seen that, in which I share my experience of taking GMAT Focus. Uh, and I've served as director of curriculum at EGMAT back in 2000, sort of 2012 to 2014, about 18, 19 months. I think I was director for about 6, 7 months. Yeah. So out of those 18 months. Um, I've been recognized as an expert on GMAT Club, and on which I have more than 2,000 kudos and more than 800 followers. So my approach to teaching the GMAT, and hopefully you will see some of that in today's session. So I focus a lot on the depth of clarity, and how do I focus on depth of clarity? Essentially through persistent questioning. So I ask a lot of questions. And I think that's how you build clarity in any aspect in life. Sort of, you just get curious, you keep probing, and that's how you learn. So yeah, I ask questions and I encourage students to ask questions. Uh, uh, so one of the common impediments people have, which is essentially that's why they don't learn, is that they have a very evaluation mindset. They're constantly evaluating themselves. Oh, I'm still getting questions wrong. I'm still making mistakes. It's been so much time and all that. So it's essentially they are constantly in an evaluation mindset. They're constantly assessing, okay, I'm still not there where I want to be. So I sort of nudge them and sort of talk about all these things. So to help people get into a learning mindset where they're focused on learning rather than constantly evaluating. And commonsensically also, if you think about it, only through learning do you reach your goals. By constantly assessing, you don't reach your goals. Assessment once in a while makes sense, but every single hour you are assessing yourself, every single day you are assessing yourself doesn't make sense. Yeah. So there is no GMAT world. What do I mean is um, a lot of people somehow, or there is probably some of it is also supported by test prep companies and sort of various responses on forums. People have this mindset that, okay, there is something called the GMAT world in which you have to think in particular ways. A lot of time people are like, okay, is this kind of reasoning accepted on the GMAT, or is this kind of option uh, correct on the GMAT? So again, I don't get into all that. Whatever is logical should be accepted on the GMAT. Whatever is not logical should not be accepted on the GMAT. So we talk in terms of what's logical, not in terms of what works on the GMAT. If we start thinking in terms of what works on the GMAT, naturally you'll be turning off your mind because you don't know what works on the GMAT. You have not been here for many years, right? You're just learning here. You don't want to be a resident in the GMAT world. So naturally, if people start thinking in terms of what works on the GMAT, then they close their mind, and essentially they also limit their potential in terms of where they can reach. So we work in terms of that there is no GMAT world. There is only a logical world, or there is only a real life world in which we just logically argue what should be correct and what should not be correct. It's as simple as that. So I talk about psychology of GMAT prep. Uh, a lot of challenges that people face while preparing for the GMAT are not really related to the subject matter aspect of it, are essentially related to the psychological aspect, the kind of emotional turmoil they go through, the kind of mindset they have, and all that. So this is one aspect of the way I teach that I really explicitly and talk about it, rather I emphasize openly discussing the psychological aspect of GMAT preparation. And yeah, I do not really prepare students for a test. What does that mean? I need to read it. I prepare them in a way that they become more scared. Yeah. So essentially, again, it's related to the third point. I essentially encourage people to develop critical thinking skills, to really think through things. And if they start thinking, if they really start understanding things well, normally score follows. And that's why people have success stories on my LinkedIn and all that. Um, uh, so I'm not sort of, so essentially, I'm not really in a way preparing for a test. I'm just trying to build them a clarity of thought, which if they have, they get the score. And they should get the score because otherwise the test wouldn't make sense. If you have the skills, you still don't get the score. Um, so yeah, so that's my motivation, and that's also something that interests me. That I help people become better learners, have better clarity of thought, sort of be more engaged in the learning process. So that's where I derive my satisfaction. So these are, I'll just briefly talk about it, the kind of services that I offer. So private tutoring, it's one-to-one. Uh, Again, it can be topic specific, section specific, just for one session, or it could be comprehensive, covering an entire section or covering the entire GMAT. It's, of course, highly personalized one-to-one. There is a weekly mentoring program that I offer, which is essentially a weekly call, 30-minute weekly call. Uh, in Generally, this is not used to sort of uh, build the clarity of thought or discuss subject matter things because we don't have enough time to do all that. It's just 30 minutes a week. It's mainly used for planning, accountability, talking about some of the psychological issues, or could be some doubt solving. These 30 minutes, essentially, you can do anything, but 30 minutes are not enough to um, sort of cover subject matter areas. So then there is semi-private tutoring. Essentially, this is done only if there is a group of people coming together. I don't arrange this kind of arrangement. So if you have two, three people coming together, then you can split the costs, and essentially just a private tutoring in which two, three people are sitting together and they are just dividing the cost among themselves. Then we have paid webinars. In some way, this is also kind of paid webinar. And then we have a classroom course, GMAT Intensive. Uh, it's all online. It covers all the topics, and it's much, much, much cheaper than private tutoring. And then you have a lot of free content, more than 90 videos on my YouTube channel, more than 50 articles on my website, and there are more than 60 CR solutions. I used to have more than 200 AC solutions, but they don't count anymore. And then I have a book, The Psychology of GMAT Preparation. The Kindle version is available on Amazon. Uh, I think a paperback will also be available within the next 30 days. So this is what a couple of students say essentially, and just want to emphasize that what I said about my teaching style is also something that the students talk about. So these are two people from Harvard and Wharton. So as you can see, CJ focused less on the errors itself, but more on the root cause behind errors. And here, if you read, his teaching style is question-based and could be frustrating. Okay, could be frustrating and challenging for a GMAT student to endure. But sort of course, it can be a little challenging. Some of the people are also not used to being questioned a lot. Like, tell me the answer, and I'll not tell you the answer. Um, so yeah, this also happens, and yeah. But the overall intent is essentially just to talk about that this is the way I go about. And essentially, you'll also see that example in today's, not just today's session, essentially the entire workshop over the next 3 sessions. So where does your problem in CR lie? So I have this knowledge concept skill framework. Um, So your problem could lie at the knowledge level. You don't know the basic definitions, or there are some rules, conventions, some GMAT specific knowledge that you don't know. If you struggle at the knowledge level, it's easiest to understand, learn, and then fastest to improve because, right, you don't know the knowledge and now you know the knowledge, so it's done. So people who struggle at the knowledge level, they improve the faster. That's why you hear stories that people improving sort of, let's say, scoring a 760, 720, 740 within 2 months or within a month, because their problems are generally at the knowledge level. And then people could face problems at the concept level, could be any concept, CR concepts, assumption. So essentially, it's more about the application of the concepts. So there is a definition you learn, then it's about applying the definition. So that comes here. Now, if you struggle at this level, application of the concept, it may take you some time, 3, 4 months. Okay. But if you struggle at the skill level, which is, let's say, your comprehension skills need to be refined, or reasoning skills need to be refined, or you don't have a quantitative abstraction skills, the way you process numbers, the way you sort of translate, or for example, the way you understand a variable, even that could be a challenge. So if your problems are at the skill level, it can take you 6 months, it can take you a year, it can take you more than 1 year to build those skills. So depending upon where your problems are, you could take very different amounts of time. So even when you look at people who have the same mock scores, you don't know how much time they're going to take because we don't know where the problems are. Problems could be the knowledge, concept, skills. Generally, it's a mix, but it could be primarily at the skill level. Then the person could take a lot of time. Or if there is somebody whose problems are mainly at the knowledge level, that person is going to improve quite fast. And then even beyond these, below the skills, there are more foundational life skills. So you can build comprehension reasoning skills only essentially if you have the requisite life skills, that you have enough patience, self-belief, self-compassion. Because as the journey becomes longer, as you start taking more than 6 months to 1 year, a lot of psychological issues crop up. Then you need a lot of life skills to be able to even have that mind space to build those comprehension and reasoning skills. And if you sort of are impatient, you constantly self-doubt, you constantly self-criticize, then it's going to be challenge to build the requisite comprehension and reasoning skills. But again, life skills can also be built. So over a period of time, you can learn to be a little patient with yourself. You can cultivate self-belief, you can cultivate self-compassion. But then these skills are so foundational that naturally they take a lot of time to build. Okay, so depending upon your problem area, you could take a very different amount of time. It may look like ये मेरा GMAT क्यों नहीं हो रहा है, but depends on the kind of problems that you face. So I'll briefly talk about 2, 3 life skills. One is patience, which is just as you need breathe, just as you need to breathe to do anything, you need patience to master anything moderately difficult. Because if you are impatient, naturally, if something is very easy, you can manage it because it will get over soon. If it is moderately difficult, it's going to take some time, then you need to be patient. If you sort of very impatient, then you'll not be able to invest yourself for time enough to be able to master anything moderately difficult. Self-belief means that you have the belief. Essentially, it's just about giving yourself the opportunity to give your best and allowing yourself to fail even after that. So your self-belief is not contingent on the final outcome, that if final outcome doesn't happen, then I'm shattered. So seeking certainty, if you start seeking certainty, that naturally you'll have self-doubt. You'll be filled with self-doubt because commonsensically, there is nothing certain in life. But if psychologically you start seeking certainty, you'll constantly be in self-doubt. Okay? Because of course you commonsensically know that it's not certain, but one part of you is seeking certainty, the other part knows that it's not certain. So it's like you're going around in circles. So it's just about believing yourself means that you give yourself the opportunity to give your best and allowing yourself to fail even after that. And then again, you have belief that, let's say, whether it's CMAT or something else, you still can try. The last aspect, or essentially what I want to talk about here is self-compassion. So a lot of people get into self-criticism when they don't perform well. And this is actually the reason you have a lot of fear of failure. It's not only that others will criticize you or others will think lowly of you when you fail. You yourself will think lowly of you, or you yourself will criticize yourself. That adds to that fear of failure. So if you can be compassionate with yourself, even when you fail, you will see that your fear of failure will come down significantly, because that's a big source of your fear of failure. Because you know that if I fail, I'll not spare myself. So if you take that away, that I can be compassionate, um, with myself. I give my best. If I still fail, I can choose compassion. So the fear of failure will come down. If the fear of failure comes down, you will stop worrying about that failure all the time. As a result, you'll be able to focus on the process. As a result, your chances of success will improve. Okay, so the more there is a fear of failure, the greater are the chances you will constantly think about the outcome. And the more time you spend thinking about the outcome, the less time you're devoting to the process. As a result, the less chances you will succeed. So it's a vicious circle. The self-compassion can help you break out of that circle. So this is the last slide, then we'll go to the question. Okay. So just wake up if you're about to sleep. So if you're prepared for more than a year and have not improved much, does it mean that you do not have the capability to score higher? Um, no, of course, I'll not say yes. It naturally means you have not prepared the right way. The right way involves focusing on maximizing learning. So this is what a lot of people don't get. So they keep practicing, but when I ask them, okay, why are you practicing? They're like, of course I have to practice to get a higher score, but how will practice lead to a higher score? Yeah, I'll build familiarity and yeah, but they don't know. So essentially, practice leads to a better score only if practice leads to learning. So the intermediate state is learning. It's not practice that leads to uh, improvement. It's the learning. As much as so, the more you learn, the more you improve. Practice helps you learn. It's entirely possible that you practice but you don't learn. So as a result, you won't improve, right? And it's also possible that you learn much more from 10 questions than you learn from 100 questions, which is also a reality that a lot of people go through. They end up doing hundreds and thousands of questions without learning much. As a result, they don't improve, or they hardly improve, or they never reach their potential, which they could reach. They improve to some extent, but they don't reach their potential because they are not maximizing learning. So I'll teach you the right way. Um, I call it the right way. You can see. Um, so we'll just try to understand. Okay, it's just about being clear about each and every aspect of the question. That's the right way. There is nothing technical about it. The question is, of course, whether you will follow it, because a lot of people, even when they get to know the right way, since the right way is essentially a lot of depth, takes a lot of patience, they don't end up following it. So you need patience and a true desire to learn. Um, so if you have a desire to learn, you'll naturally engage. If you don't have a desire to learn, you'll naturally not engage. You can push yourself to engage. Nahi, I want to learn because I want to score. But if there is no true desire to learn, it's going to be hard to engage. If you just learn, if you just involve, like I want to understand all this, I want to be clear, then naturally questions will arise in your mind. Then naturally you will not settle for superficial explanations. Okay, so this is all the gyan that I had before we jump into the questions. And now we'll jump into the questions. Um, of course, I'll share a little more gyan, or sort of these kind of talk. I'll give you more, and probably in the second and third session also. But so far, so good. Anyone from the active participants, uh, sort of Sri Harsha, Anuj, or Om, or Prayer, do you have any questions for me so far?
Nothing yet.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, CJ, nothing from my end.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, same here. Nothing yet.
Nothing from my end too.
Okay, sure. So let's get into the question. So the process that we are going to follow, and if the active participants can just turn on their videos, that would be great. At least I'll be able to. because I'll be cold calling also. So I just uh, need you to be there. Okay, so you need to be completely there, Priya. Are you there? Yeah, great. So the process that we are going to follow is uh, this is a CR question, but we are going to read it sentence by sentence, or it's going to appear on the screen sentence after sentence. So we'll read this passage sentence after sentence, and then I'll show you the options and all that. So sentence after sentence, I'll be asking one of you to explain me the sentence. Okay. Um, so let me start with Anuj. Why don't you start? You just need to explain the meaning of this sentence.
So this basically says that since 1990, the percentage of bacterial sinus infections in added acridistin or A that are resistant to antibiotic uh, P has increased substantially. So percentage of what? That means percentage of these sinus infections in A that are resistant to antibiotic, do not respond, has increased out of the total bacterial sinus infections.
Okay, so you're saying out of the total bacterial sinus infections, we are talking about the percentage of those infections which are resistant, which are not responding to this antibiotic.
Yes,
That percentage has increased
yes, substantially. So
substantially.
yeah, that means there's a considerable increase in the percentage. So if they were say the total population is 100 and before 30 were resistant, now might be it has increased substantially, maybe to 50 or 60. Like the percentage has increased. So previously it was 30% and now it might be 50%.
Okay, so initially, let's say you're saying, let's say in 1900, sort of 1990, the percentage of these infections that were resistant was 30%. Now
Yeah,
the percentage of infection that are resistant right
yeah,
now is
yeah,
50%.
yeah.
Okay.
That increase can be anything, maybe from 30 to 50 or maybe from
Yeah, yeah.
10 to 30.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you're just taking an example. So there is a substantial increase in that percentage.
Yes.
We don't know whether the sort of, do we know anything about the number of bacterial sinus infections?
No. It might
And
have increased, it might have decreased. Only the percentage has increased. So maybe the total population was 100 in 1990, and the percentage might be 30%. That means 30 are basically resident, and now the population might have increased or decreased. So we don't know the shift in the total number.
so when you say the population, you're referring to the number of bacterial sinus infections, right?
Yes, yes, total. Yeah, yeah.
Total bacterial sinus infections, right? Yeah, yeah. Good. Thank you. Um, yeah, Shreya, can you explain me this second statement?
Sure, Sejal. So, um, bacteria can basically develop resistance in two cases. Case one is when it is given like excessively by doctors, I suppose, or when patients basically fail to take it in the prescribed order. So, yeah.
Yeah. So when you read it, uh, do you see any connection with the first statement?
Right. So in the first statement, they're saying it increased like this particular out of the total bacterial sinus infections, um, there is this increase in resistance to antibiotic stuff. So this is the second statement is kind of hinting towards what could be the reason there.
Right, right. So
So
the first
basically
was
there are
about,
two,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, the first is talking about there has been an increase in percentage of infection that are resistant to this antibiotic, and now suddenly the second statement says, okay, bacteria can develop resistance when these two events happen. So possibly it's trying to explain why that could have happened. Yeah, right. So that's the kind of connection. We don't know how it's going to form, but yeah, we can understand that after the first statement, if this author is talking about this seems to be the connection. So this is how we read. We understand a statement, then we understand the second statement, and then we try to understand the connection. This is the basic way of reading, and not just in CR or RC, in general life also. If you're trying to understand any text, uh, you read a sentence, then you read the second sentence, and of course, you third and all that. Essentially, read a sentence, then connect it back. Read a sentence, connect it back. What is taught in some courses and by some tutors is that, especially in RC, is that you sort of read the entire paragraph, then you take a pause, and then you connect the entire paragraph. Sort of you take pauses at the end of paragraphs. But that's not what I teach. Essentially, I talk about making connection at the end of every sentence. It's just a more granular way of reading. And since it's more granular, it doesn't put a lot of strain on your head, which also means that uh, you're more likely to succeed in making connections. Okay, if you're making connections at the end of every sentence. If the connections are easy for you, then you're also not going to take more time. If the connections are challenging, you're naturally going to take more time, but that's a useful time spent because you're doing something that you otherwise would not be able to do. Okay, so that's the process. We read a sentence, then we read the second sentence, then we try to understand why. What's the connection? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So Priyal, can you explain me this?
Um,
The last one, since
yeah,
okay.
since Carexilin has not been indiscriminately prescribed. So we could say that if it is not the antibiotic that has been prescribed indiscriminately, it's probably just the patients who do not take it on time. The patients with bacterial sinus infections do not take the medicines on time, due to which it could develop a resistance.
Yeah. So I'll take a pause here after since because the idea is complete. Since this has not been indiscriminately prescribed, I'll take a pause here and see, okay. So it's ruling out uh, one of the reasons for developing resistance. So okay. So then probably the second one is left. Okay, so I'm essentially connecting even though I've not read the entire sentence because I've read this idea which is complete in itself. So I'll try to make that connection. Okay, so I actually read it this way, by the way. Hmm. And then it says health officials hypothesize. So now we are talking about the hypothesis of health officials that the increase in penicillin resistant sinus infection, which is what we were talking about, the percentage of sinus infection that are resistant. So we are talking about the increase in these infections which are resistant is largely due to patients' failure to take this medication as prescribed. So as we were thinking, as we connected this, that essentially he said that there could be two reasons. Right. So he said two reasons. Then he ruled one out. Then naturally we could understand that this is the direction the passage is taking. So when this statement comes, it's like, yeah, I was expecting it. Okay. So this is the health officials hypothesis. And this is where the passage ends. And now the question is, which of the following, if true, of this place, which is the place we are talking about, provides most support for the health officials hypothesis? So we need to find an option that supports So the way we are going to evaluate options, the way I ask people to evaluate options is you don't sort of start comparing the options. You evaluate one option at a time and see the impact of it. Okay, that's how we are going to go. We'll evaluate one option at a time, do justice to it, and then move on. Okay, so let's start with option A. So can you explain me the impact of option A on the hypothesis?
Yes, sir. Wait a second. The option says that a lot of people never ask for any medical help when they have sinus infection. So a lot of people never go to like doctor or any kind of other medical help. So I don't think it is relevant with the passage, because the conclusion is like patients fail to take medicines, but these people don't even go to take medical help. So they are probably out of scope.
You're saying we are not interested in these people because they're not even going to doctors.
Yes.
So it is not supporting.
Yes, not supporting.
Does it have no impact or is it weakening?
It has, I don't think, any impact.
Okay. Okay. What about others? What do you think?
I told.
Achha, sorry. Yeah. Anuj?
Mhm. Yeah, so I think I agree with Om to the extent that they don't even go to they don't even seek medical help. So where does the point of not taking it as prescribed come into the picture? Uh, this might, I don't know, I thought it might give an alternate reason. The passage already gives us two reasons which lead to increase in sinus infections. And this kind may be giving us another alternate reason, which I think might kind of go in the weaken, like might be a slight weakener.
Hmm. Okay. Okay. Harsha, Harsha, and Priyal,
Yeah,
yeah, got it.
yeah. I agree with Om's response. I think the options, the group mentioned in the option and the conclusion, these two groups are completely different. Um, so basically, it has no impact on the argument.
Hmm. Yeah. Priyal, you agree? Or
Yeah, I think similarly, I think it would not, because say if even if they do have a sinus infection and they are not seeking any medical help, they wouldn't be a part of the group that we are referring to right now.
hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So, so yeah, even medical help. So I agree that I also think that it has no impact. So there are two ways to look at it. One is that it's talking about uh, what we are trying to support or weaken is that the increase is due to patient's failure to take it as prescribed. Now, one way you are interpreting medical help is they are not going to the doctor, so they are not taking a prescription. So if they're not even taking a prescription, how will they fail to take it as prescribed? Because there was no prescription in the first place. Okay, so in that way, it cannot support. Uh, Another way to think about this is, what does medical help mean? If you don't go to a doctor, but let's say you go to chemist and buy medicines, won't that also be considered medical help?
I agree. I was thinking on the same lines.
Right? So even that can be considered medical help. So in such a case, they are not taking any medication at all, right? Uh, so so definitely they are, if they're not taking any medication, then also they don't fall into this category that they are failing to take medication as prescribed. They're not even taking any medication, right?
Yes. Because I think we are, in absolute terms, only evaluating the statement failure to take the medication. Now, that failure could be a factor of three, four different scenarios, including you're not going to the doctor, including you are going to the doctor but still not taking it.
Okay, so you're saying failure to take it as prescribed. If you're not even going to the doctor, are you failing to take it as prescribed?
The way that I'm looking at this is the failure to take this medication as prescribed, right? Yeah, I mean, partly agree with what you said about the chemist thing.
So there are two aspects. So we are talking about bacteria developing resistance when patients fail to take it as prescribed, right? So it is that they are taking it, but they are not taking in the required manner, right?
Right.
If they're not even taking it, then it doesn't make sense. How will the bacteria develop resistance? Nothing is happening there, right?
Right.
So essentially, in this case, we are talking about that case in which they are taking it, but they are not taking it as per prescription. And if they are not even going to the doctor to take a prescription, so then there is no prescription in the first place to follow, right?
Yeah.
In that case, they cannot fail to follow that prescription because there was no prescription. That is all. That is one reason. But I think another, and I think medical help means any medical help in general. It's
Yeah.
not specifying that the sort of don't go to a doctor. It's saying they never seek medical help. It means they're not taking any antibiotic and all that. So definitely, then they are not uh, contributing to it. They are not these kind of people.
CJ, I have a doubt out here.
Yeah.
So the premise gives us two reasons for the stated effect. That means why the increase in bacterial infection resistance is there.
Yeah.
Now, if there's an option that gives us an alternate reason, right, but does not connect with the maybe the premise, which is the two given stated cause. Like out here, this says that the person who's gotten this disease is not even going to the doctor.
Yeah.
Can that work as a possible weakener?
Uh, in general, what you are saying can act as a weakener. In this case, it is not even connecting it back. For example, let's say I observe that something is the case. Let's say there are red marks on the body. Okay. And then I say red marks could be there because of uh, let's say when it's in case of X or it's a case of Y. Have I limited that these are the only two cases possible in the world? No, I don't think the second statement has limited that. Right? It's saying that it can develop resistance when this happens or this happens.
Right.
For sure, in these two cases, it can develop resistance. But are these the only two cases? I don't think the statement is limiting there.
Right.
And then you rule out, no, X is not the case. And then you conclude that, oh, then Y should be the case. Right?
Right. Right.
Let's say there is an option that says, well, there can be Z also.
Right.
That will weaken then the Y is the case because that is also a potential reason also now.
Right.
So in general, it can be a weakener, but option is not suggesting anyway that how could that lead to, if somebody is not even taking an antibiotic, how will that lead to resistance to antibiotic?
Okay.
That is right. It has to establish that connection.
Got it. Makes sense.
Okay, so let's move on.
This is, sorry, I'll go ahead.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, this is irrelevant to our causality because this just says that when it first became available, P was much more effective in treating bacterial infection than any other antibiotic used for such infection at the time. We are dealing with a very particular scenario and this does not affect the scenario at all.
Yeah. Others agree, or anybody has a different opinion?
Yes,
I
I agree
agree
with
with
Anuj.
yeah.
Yeah, Shreya, just agree, or you have some other
Yeah,
opinion?
I agree with Anuj's description of this.
Yeah. Real,
It's
you
not
agree?
even talking about that.
Yeah,
Um,
not definitely in relevance to providing support.
Yeah. So this is not relevant. It's saying that when this P buxelin first became available, it was much more effective in treating these infections than any antibiotic. That's fine. It was more effective than others or not more effective than others. The point is that percentage that our resistance has increased. Now we are talking about potential cause of that. Whether it was more effective than others at the time when it was first introduced or not, it was not more effective than others, doesn't matter to the argument. Okay, so it's not relevant.
Yeah, can I like attempt?
Who is saying that?
Me, Anuj.
Hold on. Yeah, just ask one of the others.
Yeah, I mean, I
um,
would say, I mean, this is the reason this would be supporting the argument because probably people who were prescribed it in the beginning, they experience side effects the first few days and then they stop taking the medicines as prescribed, due to which they might have uh, developed a resistance toward the antibiotic.
So you're saying it supports
Oh, yeah.
because if people are experiencing side effects, then they may stop taking it, and
Yeah.
that could sort of explain why the increase in resistant sinus infections.
Yes.
Hmm. What about others? Anuj?
Yeah, I agree. It just gives us, it strengthens or it just builds more confidence in the cause. So yeah, I think it just strengthens or increases confidence in the causality.
Hmm.
yeah,
I
I
agree with
also
Priyal
agree.
too.
Uh, yeah, it basically gives one explanation for why the patients would stop taking the medication as prescribed. So it strengthens the conclusion slash argument.
Hmm. Yeah. Home?
Yes, sir, I also agree with Priyal. It gives a reason why, like, it has like increased the resistance. So yes, I agree that people fail to take and they have side effects.
So it says that many patients who take this particular antibiotic, they experience severe side effects within the first few days of their prescribed whatever regimen. So it's saying that they're experiencing severe side effects within the first few days. So does it, or can we make that jump uh, that they'll stop taking it as prescribed? Can we make that jump uh, in this option or in general? That okay, since they're experiencing severe side effects, then they'll stop taking as prescribed.
Not with 100% surety, but definitely there is some kind of a hint that they might. It just tilts us towards the side of the argument which tells us that they won't take it as per prescribed.
Okay. So you're saying we are not 100% sure that
Right,
definitely they will
right,
stop taking it, but it leads us in that direction.
right.
Okay. So yeah, so yeah, rightly put. So this is also one of the common confusions people have, that can we make these kind of jumps while evaluating options in CR questions? Okay, I commonsensically can understand that if somebody is having severe side effects, then he may stop taking it. But can I make this kind of jump while evaluating a GMAT CR question? So the answer is yes. This is also official answer of this question. So as you can see, we are making that commonsensical jump here that if people are experiencing, and that's what makes it correct, that if patients are experiencing severe side effects, then commonsensically, some of them will stop taking it. No, we're not saying everybody will stop taking it. Okay, we're just saying now we have a reason, which means that we can expect some of them will stop taking it as prescribed. And that supports the hypothesis that the resistance is because patients are failing to take it as prescribed. So this essentially, I want to use this as an example to make it very clear that we can make these kind of commonsensical jumps while evaluating CR questions. What I've seen in my experience is that a lot of people have this conception that they cannot make these kind of commonsensical jumps, the kind of reasoning jump that they will make in real life. They cannot make those jumps while evaluating CR questions. And actually, one of the reasons people believe so is that they have used their common sense reasoning on CR questions and they have gotten certain CR questions wrong. They're like, oh, perhaps I cannot use common sense reasoning. I am getting questions wrong. That is not the reason. You must be getting questions wrong because your real life reasoning would be wrong somewhere. It is not that we cannot use real life reasoning. Okay. Again, as I said, there is only whatever reasoning is there, you use it. There is no GMAT specific reasoning here. And if there were any GMAT specific reasoning, they would have made it clear in the instruction. Ki dekho, keep your reasoning aside, use our reasoning. But there is no such instruction. So evaluate options on the basis of how we'll be impacted in real life. So if somebody tells us that many patients experience severe side effects, then we have a reason to expect that, oh, some of them will stop taking it as prescribed. Oh, yeah. So then that could be the reason for increase in resistance. So yeah, so option C is a strengthener, and that is the answer. Okay, among the active participants, any questions, any doubts so far?
No, I'm good to go.
Yeah, no doubts.
No doubts.
Sir, actually, I have one doubt. I have solved this question earlier, but I have got it incorrect because when I did the question, I thought like there could be some chemical compound or something like which people might be like allergic or something like that. So I rejected the option. So I had that kind of thinking when I first did the question.
So you thought there must be some chemical in the antibiotic that
Yes.
leading to the side effects, which is fine. So yeah, of course, there must be something in the antibiotic that is leading to the side effects. Then what?
Uh, so I thought they might be taking it on time, but their like body system or does not support some kind of chemicals, so they can have side effects.
You're right. So let's say I'm taking it as prescribed. Now I start experiencing side effects because there are some chemicals in the antibiotic.
Yes.
So now I'll still continue to take it as prescribed.
Uh,
Side effects.
you might stop taking it at all, or
So some people, right? We can expect that commonsensically. We can expect some people to, right? Not everyone will say that. But yeah, there are now chances that people will sort of stop taking it.
oh yes, sir.
So I'm not sure, but I think the way you were explaining your thing was that you thought that people could be taking it as prescribed and still
Yes,
experiencing side effect. So you were thinking of the time till the point they started experiencing side effects. So you thought that, oh, they are taking it as prescribed, but yeah, there is some chemicals that they're not experiencing side effects.
yes,
So essentially, you're not thinking of the time after the side effects. Will they continue taking it as prescribed or not? Is that what you're saying?
yes, sir. That was perfectly what was my approach when I first did the question.
Yeah, yeah. So it is entirely possible that you look at an option in a certain way, and then you see, yeah, this option doesn't have an impact. But the option also has other implications which you are not looking at. So when you call an option has no impact, it could be that the option actually has no impact. So you're right. Or it could be that the option has an impact, but you are not able to see that.
Yes, sir.
So if you look at it till the time they have side effects, yeah, they were taking as prescribed, that's fine. So now they have side effects, yeah, there is something there in the medicine. But now what? Will they continue? Yeah, now they won't. But you never thought about that.
Yes, sir. I never thought about it.
Yeah. Makes sense?
Yeah, makes sense. We can go ahead now. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Uh, so again, we'll do the same. So Anuj probably can explain the first statement.
So basically, this just says that uh, errors in performance of repetitive or boring tasks, right, often attributed to a momentary lapse in concentration, can be serious in such activities as flying a passenger aircraft. So it just gives an it states like it's self-explanatory, but it just says errors in doing these boring tasks, right, such as flying a passenger aircraft, can be very serious, and a uh, and a cause is attributed to it, and which is often that there's a momentary lapse in concentration because it is so boring. Like we can just visualize, say it's like maybe like a pilot is flying a plane, and because the flight may be in autopilot, so he might not be concentrating as well. So there can be a momentary lapse of concentration, which can lead to a disaster.
Hmm. Hmm. By the way, yeah. So is this a common thing that you do, that you really get into the situation, you start visualizing how things make sense?
Yeah, I've kind of started doing it of late,
So you
just to be
started
more
doing it. You were not
actively.
doing.
Yeah, like so when I'm reading, if something that I easily understand, I don't visualize. But now I've started putting myself into the passage and thinking that how it might affect if I am in the passage itself. So
So why did you make this change? What prompted you to make this change?
because generally if I read something, although I understand it, that in-depth understanding and connection becomes an issue with the following lines or sentences. So then if I put myself into the passage, then it's easier to connect back to previous sentences. If I think that I'm the pilot and I'm flying an aircraft, then the following sentence becomes more easier if like I just connect it back to myself.
So essentially, your comprehension becomes better. You're able to sort of connect the ideas well.
Yeah,
You are into
right,
the situation. That's why you have made this change.
right, right. And this also helps in RC a lot, especially these long ones.
So you
So
discovered, or you sort of figured it out on your own that, yeah, this will help, or sort of you read it somewhere that this will
no,
help.
I had seen one YouTube video in short which said that you should visualize when you're reading. And I
Oh,
just picked it up from there, and it made sense because my RC score also jumped up where I
so
just put myself into the passage. Yeah,
you have seen a change.
yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, one of the common problems in comprehension is that people read the words, but it's just a stream of words for them. They are not able to sort of relate how this thing works in real life. So they will read it, errors in the performance or repetitive or boring tasks can be serious, but they are not able to really, as you said, visualize or relate it to real life, that okay, yeah, there can be boring tasks and there could be errors there because you lose the concentration because it's so boring. I'm not able to focus. It can be serious while flying an aircraft because if you lose a focus, then you just crash. So this understanding is actually quite natural for some people who are sort of who have a particular level of skills. Okay, as Anuj is saying, some things which are easy, he doesn't do that because it just automatically happens. There is no need to do that. It's just the idea is so clear in the head. But when the idea is not so clear, do you have a process in which you force to become clear with the idea? Okay, and this is a common problem that people read a sentence, it's just a stream of words for them. Then they don't realize what it means in the real life. For me, if when I read this sentence, immediately it will be, yeah, errors in the repetitive, just as Anuj was explaining, yeah, there are boring tasks, so there can be a lapse of concentration. And yeah, it can be serious, especially when talking about flying an aircraft. So it could be probably boring, yeah, autopilot, it's going on, but you lose the concentration, something happens, and you're like, crash. So when I read, I'm really understanding it, what it means in real life. It is not a stream of words for me. But for people who are reading it to solve a question, at times it remains a stream of words for them. They read it, but the idea how what it represents in real life doesn't get registered. And if this is a problem, you may remain stuck at verbal 2025 even after going through the courses multiple times, because no course is going to give you analytics in terms of, okay, you know your problems, you're not visualizing or you don't relate it to the reality. There are no analytics in this, in these terms. Analytics are, oh, you got these many assumption questions wrong, or you got these many strength and weaken questions wrong. But if your problems are at the comprehension level, you may never discover by looking at the analytics. Okay, so something very useful, Anuj shared, to visualize or to relate it, how it makes sense in real life, not just read it, oh yeah, there's some sentence given, let me continue. So yeah, Shri Harsha.
Yeah. Is there any method that would provide warning of such lapses? For example, by monitoring brain activity. Okay. So since authors started off by saying that, hey, this could be a very serious thing in case of flying a passenger aircraft, he's just trying to provide, hey, is there any way that we can overcome this problem? And one of such ways is maybe we can monitor the brain activity of the pilot, and potentially when there is a lapse, it could indicate some error, like or some it can trigger some alarm, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're talking about having warnings of such lapses in concentration
Yeah.
by monitoring, for example, brain activity.
Mhm.
Yeah. Home.
Hello. As a result of like the question is asked, like, can we monitor brain activity? There is some kind of research, kind of volunteers performing repetitive tasks where like being performed correctly, volunteers' brain showed some kind of process which can be different from like the incorrect process. So researchers have done some of the process where they know right task show some kind of activity in some brain regions.
I didn't exactly get. So yeah, so in continuation of that, whether they're trying to figure out if there is any method of which could provide warning of such lapses of concentration by monitoring brain activity. For example, it's now saying, okay, they scanned the brains of people performing a repetitive task. So why are we talking about scanning the brain? So again, we are trying to figure out some way of warning, right? So we read things in a context. And that's very important. When the tasks were being performed correctly, the brain showed activity in these regions. So it's just saying when it's it's being performed correctly. So there is activity in this region. Okay, given so far, probably if there is some incorrect, there might be some lack of activity there. I don't know. Okay, we'll get to know. But right now, so far it says when they were performed correctly, it shows activity in these regions. Okay. So yeah, Anuj, can you explain?
Yeah, so this continues from the previous statement, where the previous statement just talks about when the task is being performed correctly, then what happens? What happens is that in this region, there's some activity. And now it says that, however, that means the opposite direction, these regions becomes less active several seconds before some errors were made, and another brain region, region X, became active. So this basically says that when uh, when an error is made, just seconds before that, several seconds before that, the activity becomes less active in the CPR, the cognitive process region, and another region, which is region X, that becomes more active.
Yeah. So where do you think it's taking us?
To the conclusion that we might be able to use this going forward.
Yeah. So we were trying to figure out, right, the way to provide warning of such lapses. And now we
Right,
are saying, okay, there is a decrease in activity in these CPR, cognitive processing regions. And sort of this X region is becoming active, right, before
right,
errors made. So perhaps it's going in that direction that this could be a warning, right?
right,
So then the conclusion is simply that the monitoring of region X could provide warning of an impending error. So that is what the conclusion essentially we were in any case thinking that it's going in that direction. So it's saying that the monitoring of region X, which was becoming active, this could provide warning of an impending error.
right.
So now we have option A here. So you can just evaluate. And perhaps we can start with you, Anuj, in this.
Yeah, I think it kind of is in the direction of what's already given. Other research found that whenever significant activity occurs in region X, right, it is generally with repetitive tasks uh, soon before an error occurs. So this kind of also goes in the direction of the support that is provided in the argument, right?
Okay. So
Yeah, so this kind of supports that we can use this kind of a method to like protect from
you're saying it
errors.
supports the conclusion.
Yeah, it kind of, for me, it supports.
How does it support?
Yeah, because it says that even the premise says uh, that basically when the error is just before an error, the region X becomes more active and the other region becomes less active. And this kind of provides a strengthener or tilts because it says that other research has also been conducted on similar grounds where they've seen that significant activity is occurring in region X and is generally with repetitive tasks that's already given in the first line soon before an error occurs. So I think it's in line with the reasoning that is given.
So you're saying it supports the premise that
Yeah, it supports the reasoning. It kind of gives an additional like support to the reasoning towards the conclusion.
Isn't that already given in the passage that
Yeah.
So yeah, again, exactly what where I am stuck with, isn't it just stating what we've actually.
No,
once
but then there's other research that is
given?
conducted,
Yeah,
right? Like, so if other research is conducted, right,
yeah,
this is just giving the author's point of view, right?
yeah.
Or researchers scanned the brains. But then there are other research also that is conducted, which also kind of is in lines with these research that has already been done.
So you are saying the researchers have conducted one sort of research, and now we get to know there is some other research which is also saying the same thing, so that supports.
Right, as per me.
Okay. So we have one research that is saying one thing, and therefore on that basis, the conclusion, the researchers are concluding one thing, and now you're saying if there is some other research also, which is also saying the same thing, then that supports that, yeah, probably whatever our research is
Right.
saying. Okay.
More people saying the same thing, in short.
Okay. Okay. Uh, so yeah, Priyal, you want to add something here?
Uh, no, just in lines of, I'm not sure if it is supporting the conclusion, but it's probably just stating the same thing that we already discovered somehow, but it isn't giving me an additional reasoning to support our finding.
Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay. So you're saying, it is just stating the same thing, so it's not really supporting.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably keep it on hold and go through the other options once.
That's fine. That's fine. So, but essentially your assessment is it's not really supporting. So you believe that it could be correct also. You're keeping it on hold. So you're not
Yeah.
okay. So but you have a sort of your overall assessment is it's 90% incorrect, like something like that, or
Yeah. So mostly incorrect, not incorrect in a way, yeah, because it's not supporting it. But if at all there is no other option, there could be.
but then it could support also because of the reason that Anuj is saying. Is that
Yes.
what you're saying?
Yeah.
Actually, CJ, even for me, I would definitely keep it on hold, but I would more tilt towards strengthening than weakening, to be honest.
No, standing meaning and there could be no impact also.
Yeah, no, for me, it is giving an impact for sure.
Okay.
And it's towards the positive side.
Okay.
Because I think that if, like, for example, you tell me that comprehension is important for RC,
Yeah.
right? And if another person also tells me the same thing, right? It kind of tilts me to it's just another evidence that kind of tilts me towards
Yeah.
understanding that yes, might be, not definitely.
Yeah.
Comprehension is definitely is required for RC.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I see. What about Shreya? What do you think?
Yeah. So when I first read it, I think I had a similar um, understanding as Anuj did, that this statement is basically other researchers are adding more support uh, to this thing that when there is an error, when soon before an error occurs, this region X becomes active. Therefore, it supports the conclusion that region X, monitoring the region X could help us provide that warning. And then, as you inquired more, I read it more closely. One thing that popped out is so in the argument, it said like soon before some errors were made, region X became active. Now, region X could become active for this reason, or it could be several other reasons also, right? A, B, C, and D.
Okay.
But option A statement is saying like, hey, region X becomes active in general due to this. So it's kind of eliminating the other possibilities and saying like it's generally due to this.
No.
So therefore it adds a lot of credibility, basically a lot of support to the conclusion.
Okay.
Therefore it is a strengthening. Yeah.
Okay. Om, you have anything to add?
No, sir, I agree with Anuj's point of view, so I have nothing more to add.
Okay. Anuj, could you understand what Shreya said?
I actually, sorry, I could not.
Okay. No
Sorry,
problem.
I
Okay.
lost between.
Okay.
I also have one more query,
Yeah.
Chiranjeev.
Mm.
Sometimes I just question myself, my own logic after like maybe like 20 seconds when I'm giving it a second read,
Yeah.
right?
Mm.
Especially with, so as I told you, I would have kept A on hold, right? More towards strengthen, right?
Mm.
The only issue now that I again read, like the passage says several minutes before, right? And this says soon before.
Yeah.
Is it like kind of similar, or is it like, is there like kind of difference in understanding there? Because if it just gives me half a second before, what is soon before, right? What kind of quantifies
Yeah.
soon
Soon before could be several minutes before. It could be.
before also?
It's
Okay.
not. Yeah. It could be that, or in general, I'm saying whatever. I do also don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. Yeah.
In general, we can say soon before could be a few minutes ago. Also, it could be a few seconds ago. Also, right?
Okay.
It's open, right? Soon before is open.
Right. Right. Okay.
Yeah. So we'll come back to A. Sorry, we'll keep it on hold for now. I'll explain the reasoning later, but we'll first discuss another option.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
this just gives up the time frame, right? Like it just says that the diminution of brain activity in CPR and the increase in region X began at least 5 seconds before. At least means more than 5 seconds. So that doesn't kind of give any impact. Had it been given that, okay, minimum time of this much is required, then we could have like kind of dwelled deeply into it. But I don't know, is 5 seconds might be enough, or it says at least 5 seconds, so it is more than that. So that must be like sufficient for me to kind of uh, carry out the activity, or it might not as well. So I don't know what impact it has on the conclusion.
Okay. So you are saying since we don't know the relevance of 5 seconds,
Right.
whether relevance to what?
To the accident, or to the like how much time is required before the accident for the region in X becoming active, and for us to also detect it and to stop the accident.
So how much time we sort of need to intervene?
Right.
Uh,
Right.
whether 5 seconds are enough to intervene, or we need, let's say, a couple of minutes to, right, intervene and
We don't know the impact as such.
okay. So essentially you're saying we don't know the impact because we don't know that time, how much time we need to make the intervention to prevent
Right.
that error
Right.
from happening. Is that
Right.
what you're saying?
Right. Right.
Okay.
But CJ, the conclusion doesn't talk about whether we can intervene or not. It just mainly asks about whether monitoring could provide the warning or not.
Okay. Okay.
So,
Sri Harsha is saying that the conclusion is not about whether we'll be able to prevent the error or not. The conclusion is just about whether we'll be able to provide a warning or not, whether that warning is actionable or not. That we are not concerned with. Is that what you are saying, Sri Harsha?
yes, CJ.
So, Anuj, what do you agree with that?
There's another question that I'm thinking on the lines of, which is the passage specifies several seconds before some errors were made, and we are actually given the 5 second quantification in the option.
Okay.
Do we read in between those lines and try to establish a parallel, or is it some information just to sort of confuse us?
No, so there is there is nothing to confuse you. You may get confused by anything,
Hmm?
but again, this is important sort of a common thing people say is that, oh, there are traps. There are no
Yeah.
traps, there are just words there. You may get trapped with something. Okay, and there could be common things which people get trapped with. You need to sort of, essentially, I'm trying to sort of change the way you look at issues or change the way you look at options. So there are no traps, or there are nothing there is to confuse you. You may get confused with something depending upon your lack of clarity. I'm not getting confused here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I'm trying to clarify this is because you are asking, is that something to confuse me, or is it really something to pay attention to?
Right.
That's that's not the direction to go into. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't start thinking, is it trying to confuse me? No. Whatever the words are, this is what it means, and this is the implication of this. That's all you need to think. Don't start thinking whether they are trying to trap you, they are trying to lead you in this. You just see the meaning of the words and what it should mean in commonsensically, logically. Okay.
Yep, I'm following.
Again, the simple thing is, if you start getting into that, okay, are they trying to trap me here? Are they trying to confuse me here? Then you are not just seeing the meaning of the words and the impact. Then you're like, oh, it's a trap, so it's out. But why is it out? Because it's a trap. But why is it a trap? Uh, uh, then you'll have to explain, right?
Yeah.
So don't get into all that, whether it's trying to just try to understand this is the meaning of this. And if this is the meaning and given what is stated in the argument, this should be the implication. Okay.
Right. I think, to be very honest, this option 2 is more like option A.
It's more like option A.
Yeah, it's reinstating the same thing but using different words.
Okay.
So
So essentially what you are saying is that either both are right or both are wrong.
CJ, I have like my response to I think Sri Harsha what he said. Now, had the conclusion just stated indicate, right? Then option B would have made sense. But this says warning. Warning is to prevent something, right? So if I'm saying you provide, like if you're warning me that something might happen, then to do something so that you avoid something disastrous, that means you're preventing me to so that that doesn't happen. So
Can
this
I
option,
can I can I warn you 1 second before the earthquake? Or will you not even call that a warning?
1 second before,
Yeah. If I
yeah,
if I warn you 1 second before,
yes,
will you say no
but
that
that isn't. I wouldn't like then you might call it a warning, but that's not helping me to prevent the
fine?
disaster, right?
We are not talking about helpful warning. Are we talking about helpful warning here?
No,
We're talking about warning. So my question was, will you call it warning, or you will say, no, that's not even a warning?
I wouldn't call it a warning.
You won't call it a warning if I warn you 1 second before that.
Mm.
Are you sure?
To me, warning is only if I have enough time to kind of
If you are
work
saying,
on it.
if I tell you 1 second before, you won't say ki there is any warning. Or will you say, I did not have the time to act on the warning?
Yeah, this sentence. I don't have the time to
So
act
then,
on the warning.
then you are agreeing that there is a warning.
So if can I just add something?
Yeah.
So if at all, maybe in the question in the beginning of there would be a line that accidents were caused due to the errors because of the lapse, the momentary lapse, and then the conclusion was to prevent such accidents. A warning could be, the warning could be provided. Would that? I think that would probably be in lines of what Anuj is specifying, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. So, of course, if you change the wording of the conclusion,
Yeah.
it could mean that you need to provide an actionable warning and all that. Right now, it's not saying any of that. It's just saying it could provide warning.
Yeah. So that is, in that sense, I would agree with Shihash as well, what he mentioned with the.
Yeah. So one thing we should be clear is that it's saying could provide warning. So either you agree with the notion that if you provide a warning 1 second before, you won't even call it a warning, then there's something we need to talk about. But I think Anuj himself is not able to justify that, right? So in you know that a warning is a warning, whether you act on it or not.
Right.
So, and it's saying could provide warning. And this is, so we just go with the words. You may think, yeah, but what is the point of a warning if it is not actionable? That's fine. Then the conclusion should have been would provide actionable warning. Then you would make that argument. Okay. But right now it's just saying warning. So you may think, but yeah, commonsensically it should be actionable. Yeah, but then the author should have written it. right? Now you may think, oh, we are going literally by the words. Of course, there is no other option. If we don't go literally by the words, what else do we go with? With our own heads, right? The author is saying something else, we think something else. This is the only option we have. We have to go literally by the words. So you cannot say the warning is not actionable, so whatever. It's just talking about providing a warning. What you can argue upon is that if we get to know just 5 seconds before that, do we have enough time to warn? That would be a valid argument, even though that would do the same thing. But right, but that would be a valid argument that I'll take it.
Well, the warning, yeah, got it.
Yeah, you're getting to know just 5 seconds before it. So can you now provide a warning? Do you have enough time to provide a warning? That's a
Right.
valid. But you cannot say the warning is not actionable because there are only 5 seconds and all that. Because the conclusion is not talking about actionable warning or helpful warning.
Right. I think that makes more sense.
So yeah, this is essentially the level of precision at which they start playing on as the questions become more difficult. But right now, this option is wrong. And the option is wrong simply because of this already mentioned there are several seconds before. So we already know that it's several seconds before. And now you sort of just say at least 5. But several was already there, which is also a substantial number. Several is not like 1 or 2. Right? So it doesn't add much to our statement that uh, we have time or not. Okay, so option B is not correct because we are already given that it's several seconds before. If several seconds were not there, then there is a chance then essentially we could have played on that. Okay, if it is 5 seconds before, then there is a potential of providing a warning, as we were talking about. Okay, does that make sense?
Correct,
Yes.
So this is
Yes, sir.
there are only 2 options here, so I'll go back to the first now. Option A is correct, not for the reason Anup said, but for the reason that Sri Harsha said. Okay, and I'll explain it in more detail because the reasoning is correct, but I don't think it came out clearly, and it's also nuanced. It's easier to understand by thinking of it as a weakener. I'll explain it. So essentially, if you see, what's given is the regions that CPR is becoming less active before some errors were made, and this is becoming active when errors were made, right? So when there is an error, several seconds before it, X becomes active, right? And now we are thinking of, okay, let's start monitoring X, right?
yes.
So what we will see, okay, X becomes active. So provide a warning for the error, right? But let's say X becomes active for 100 other reasons, or let's say 10 other reasons. So one reason is when there is an error made, then X becomes active. But let's say a person is hungry, then also X becomes active. Person is XY. There could be so many reasons for which X could become active. And you are monitoring activity of X. So now if you see X is active, can you provide warning? You have no idea, right? Then you cannot use X, monitoring of X, to provide warning because it's all over the place. But now if somebody comes and says, actually, whenever X is active, it's mainly because of the error, whenever there is an error to be made. So you know that other reasons are not really mainly the causes of making X active. Okay, so essentially you are saying monitoring of X could be a valid way because the it's mainly when the error is made that X becomes active. Okay, this is what option A is saying, and that's how it's a strengthener. In other words, what is given in the argument is when error is made, X becomes active, something like this. Of course, I'm not very precise, but essentially the direction. So now we are thinking of tracking X, but X could be active in a lot of other cases, not even when the error is made or when it's about to be made, let's say, right? Now, option is saying when X is active, so the direction is different. Okay, many of you may be reading it. Yeah, it's saying the same thing. It's not, it's the different direction. Here, the error is about to be made, X becomes active. Now, here it's saying when X is active, error is about to be made. So now this tells you that, yeah, monitoring of X could be a reliable way because if X is active, you can provide a warning, but it's likely that error is going to be made. The direction is different. What Anuj was saying is that, oh, we have one research in the argument saying same thing. Now we get to know another research is also saying the same thing. Does it support? Of course, there is a marginal support there, as he said. Of course, one person says something, another person also says. But for me, that's a very marginal support, especially given that it's not even saying it doesn't even say in option A that this other research is credible or not. It's not saying anything, just another research. You already have one research, now there is another research. So in that case, I would have been very resistant, very hesitant to ever select option A. Okay, I would rather think that that's going to be extremely rare case when such an option would be correct. There is already one research, now there is another research saying the same thing. And that's why it's correct. It should at least be saying now, okay, we have credible research. Ki wahan pe, in the argument, we were not saying whether that was credible, how well done it was. So now you get to know, okay, there is credibility also now. Okay, but option A, this kind of logic, which I explained to you, if you don't relate it, sort of if you have never thought in this way that, yeah, there could be other things that could be activating X and option A is actually eliminating those, you may not be able to form that connection. Okay. So when you don't form the connection, naturally, you will think that, yeah, it's not relevant. So when you find an option irrelevant, again, as I said, could be the option is actually not having an impact or not connected, or it could be that you're not able to see the connection. So understanding various kinds of connections is a part of learning, is an important aspect of building your reasoning. This is a kind of a new reasoning way you have learned in this option. Now, how deeply you imbibe it and how much you start seeing in various kinds of arguments around you, I'm not saying it is very common, but it is not extremely rare that, okay, even if you keep trying your best, you will not see it for another year. Okay, it's not rare also. So whether logic becomes a part of you or not, that depends on how sort of deeply you think about it and how much you try to use it in your everyday life and on different kinds of argument that you see. By the way, there is, I think, at least one more CR question that is almost around the same kind of reasoning, just as option A is. But that's not the point. The point is, in general, if you learn a new kind of reasoning, is that helpful? Will you ever see that reasoning again in another CR question? Not necessarily the exact same kind of reasoning. But if you keep understanding individual reasonings deeply, over a period of time, it's just a permutation combination of some 100, 200 structures. I don't know, not quantifying. But after a period of time, it's the same. You'll start, for example, when I attempt the GMAT exam, it's not that I keep seeing new and new things. Of course, they are new in some way, but they're also old in a lot of ways. And that's why I can solve questions very fast there, because nothing as such is new for me. Because I have understood a lot of things very deeply. And over a period of time, if I keep doing it, it just becomes a permanent combination of those three things. Yeah. Any questions, doubts from the active participants first?
Yeah, just one doubt here. So in the option B, it is mentioned that it is generally with repetitive tasks. Now, is there a way we quantify generally, or because it could include the other scenarios as well, right? When the region X is,
Yeah, you're right.
yeah.
Generally, I think it should mean mostly, matlab more than 50%.
But then, agar 50%, if you're saying in this case, if say it is 51 and there's still a 49% chance of it being active in scenarios B, C, D. So in that case, would that still support our conclusion directly?
हाँ, पहले तो we had absolutely no knowledge, right? So, for example, earlier it was an open possibility. It could be just only 1% of the cases this happens. Now, at least you know more than 50% of the cases this is the case.
Sure.
So you are providing a warning commonsensically also. You are not saying, oh, this will happen. For example, there are warnings of earthquake, and let's say the earthquake doesn't happen. You don't go and beat those guys. Why? There was a warning. So there is a certain level of chance there.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, that's fine. But overall, there is an increase in the confidence that you have in terms of, yeah, this can be used to warn, because now earlier there was absolutely no understanding, no percentage. Now you know there is more than 50%.
All right. Okay.
So again, it's about supporting, right? As we discussed in the last question also, it just supports, increases the belief. Okay, any other questions from the active participants? I'll then otherwise open the floor to passive participants also.
No, sir, we are good to go.
No, CJ. Good.
Anuj, anything?
Good to know.
Okay. So now the floor is open to other participants. If you have any questions one by one, sort of first you can raise your hand. So Priyam has already raised. So you can raise your hands. I'll start with Priyam. He has already raised his hand. So and then I'll ask you to sort of share your doubt, and then I'll try to answer your doubt. You can ask your doubt regarding sort of anything we have covered today, both the questions. Okay.
Sir, can you please explain option B again?
This option?
Yes, sir.
So it doesn't have an impact because it's already said that X is becoming active. X is becoming active several seconds before the errors were made. Right?
Yes.
So now you're just quantifying it several seconds. You already know. So at least 5 seconds. What's the deal? If this several seconds were not there, then option B could have had an impact. That's what I was explaining.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes, Sirat.
I have a question, an overarching question on the approach for CR questions, strengthening questions. One way to go about it that I've read and also executed while I was preparing for it is that you can probably use a lot of interjection to question the questions that are given. And by that, I mean that you can probably weaken it, just like we did for this question in particular. So is there any foolproof way or a certain, messy approach that, okay, once we've exhausted all of those options, then we can be 100% sure that this is my answer.
I didn't get the question actually. What do you mean by sort of we exhausted all the options? What does it mean?
That there are only typical ways of solving a certain strengthening or a weakening question. That it
I
will not go beyond these 2-3 approaches.
no, I don't know of any such way. Uh, yeah, Abhishek.
Hi, sir.
Yep. Hi.
Sir, my question is related to CR in general, not specifically Strengthen Weaken. So, just to give a little background, sir, I took a test yesterday. So first I did 4 RC passages, then I did some 20 quant questions, and then I did some 9 CR questions. Now in the RC questions, sir, my reading comprehension was very good. I was able to spot even the even some keywords like some, only, one of the reasons, uh, must happen. I was able to do it, but when it came to the CR question, I did not have that level of comprehension. Now, my guess for the reasons, one is could be a stamina problem. And by the time I came to CR, my stamina got exhausted. So I'll work on that, sir. Maybe next time I'll do CR first and test it. But second guess is maybe I become extra conscious about time only in CR questions. Because in RC, I know ki, okay, if there are, let's say, 5 questions in an RC, I have good 8-9 minutes. But in CR, I think I'm becoming extra conscious about time. So how do I solve that? If that's a problem, so how do I solve that?
So you are sort of you are saying you rush through CR questions.
Probably, sir.
So that's a again possible explanation you have. So one is that you try to see that if you are without time, do you still make the same kind of errors, or you're not making those kind of errors?
I'm not making those kind of errors without the timer on, sir.
Without the timer on, you're not making those kinds of errors. With the timer on,
Yeah,
you're making those kinds of errors.
right, sir.
So with the timer on, then essentially, sort of, let's say with the timer, or if you go in that mindset that okay, I'll take my time. So you end up taking a lot more time than you are allowed.
Not really, sir. I probably take about 3 to 3.5 minutes with the timer on.
But CR question.
A CR question, yes.
But you don't have that time.
Right, sir. But yeah, correct.
So you're saying when you otherwise you'll take 3.5 minutes, but if you let's say if you have to restrict yourself to 2 minutes, then you start making those kind of errors.
Exactly.
So essentially what essentially you are saying, okay, normally if I have to do, I'll take 3 minutes, but in the exam since I have 2 minutes, so I end up making those errors, right?
Yeah, mostly the comprehension. I'm missing those keywords, sir, in CR.
So if that is a consistent thing, then I'm not sure matlab, you can just start paying attention to those keywords more.
So that's not happening in the RC questions, sir.
Frankly, I don't have an answer to your question. I
That's what I'm
don't.
also confused. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just give a test on one more time and then get back to you. So
Yeah. You'll have to really go within and sort of try to analyze a very specific issue you are facing.
yeah. Anyway, thank you, sir.
Others, any more questions?
Hi, Chiranjeev. I just had a question. So over here, instead of several seconds, if I quantified that, would you have picked B to be a better answer than
If several seconds were not there.
Yeah, if they had quantified that several seconds to say like 6, 7 seconds or something like that, if they had given a number or if it was absent, would you have picked B to be a better answer?
No, if it is already given 6, 7 seconds and the option say at least 5 seconds, then option B is completely useless. Even more useless
Okay.
currently. So
Okay.
essentially, the option B would just be repeating the same.
Okay.
No?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? So essentially, it's saying the same thing, then we already know that it doesn't support us.
Okay.
Yeah, Tanya.
Hi, CJ. Actually, I'm not able to understand fully the option A. I feel that it is giving a general idea rather than something specific to the question. Could you please explain it again, why it is correct?
Of course, it's saying something general about region X. But of course, since we are talking about region X, so that's how it becomes relevant to the argument. It's saying that whenever there is an activity in region X, it's generally before the red occurs, right?
Yeah.
Before,
But it is not giving a generalization like while solving some questions. I find that it is giving a general idea rather than specific. It is not pertaining to this question, right?
it is pertaining to region X, right?
But it's nothing to do with the word generally, because actually that is the word is actually confusing me.
Okay, so you are saying because there is a word generally.
Yeah.
So you are saying it's not specific to the question.
Yeah, actually it is confusing because of that. I might skip.
So that's what I'm trying to understand. What is the confusion? So let's say if I remove the word generally from here, then what's going to happen?
Then then I agree that is what the query is.
So let's say instead of generally, I make it is mostly with repetitive tasks.
Then I will find it correct. Yeah.
Okay, then also you'll find it. Mostly and generally, I think mean the same in this context.
So
Okay.
it's nothing to do with giving a generalization idea.
So now this is a specific trigger in your mind that
Yeah.
that that something is there that you believe that anything general is wrong and you read the word generally and that gets triggered.
Yes.
So essentially you need to just see that the trigger itself is wrong. First of all, using the word generally doesn't make it a generic statement, right? It is very specific, relevant to the context. It is not saying outside the context. Secondly, even if it is a general statement, it can be correct as long as it is relevant to the context.
Okay. Since here it is saying generally with the repetitive task, so it kind of becomes specific because of that, right?
No, that's not the point. Let's say it remains generic. So let's not say it is specific or generic. The statement means whatever it means. It's a typical fact, general fact about region X, that whenever significant activity occurs in region X, it is generally with these tasks, right?
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
It's a general fact about region X, but we are concerned with region X, so it provides us the relevant information to evaluate the argument.
Sure. Okay.
So in
Got it.
general, what you can understand is even if there is a general statement, it could be
Yes.
relevant to the context and therefore have an impact.
Yeah. Actually, earlier, it did not. This word did not trigger me, so I was thinking it as a correct answer. But once I read it, so I sort of got stuck on the word.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Got it now. Thank you.
Yeah. Cool. Anything else? Nothing else. We'll call it a day today.
Sir, actually, I have one issue that is related to general CR. Like I can solve a CR and like short out option choices in 1.5 to 2 minutes. But if I'm stuck in two answer choices, I take a minute and a half, so it takes me longer and I am not sure which option to choose.
Yeah.
So what kind of thing we should do in these kind of situations?
What do you think? Where is
No.
the problem? Where is the problem?
The problem is I'm not able to select which answer is better justified,
Why are you not able to select?
because the both answer are probably related to the conclusion.
Both are related, but one is correct, one is not correct. Why are you not able to do that?
There could be might be some connection issues in one and not in another.
So naturally, you're not clear about things.
Okay.
If you find options closed, the options are not designed to be closed.
Okay.
Uh, it's verbal, it's not quant. In quant, you can have two options, 23 and 23.1, and one of them is correct. And everybody will be clear, yeah, 23 is the answer, 23.1 is not the answer because it's math. 23 is 23, 23.1 is 23.1.
Oh,
In
yes, sir.
verbal, in verbal, let's say one option is strengthening, let's say hypothetically 10 units. Another option is strengthening 15 units. How do you figure that out? Experts wouldn't even able to really agree that it's 10, 12, 15, what.
Yes.
So there are always, even if there are, first of all, even if there are, so a lot of times the options are not even in the same direction. So in a strengthen question, you will not commonly have two strengtheners. In let's say 90% of the cases, you will not have two strengtheners.
Okay.
In 10% of the cases in which there are actually two strengtheners, the difference between the options will be so stark that it's very clear that one is right, the other is not.
Okay.
Because it's verbal. If they start creating close options, even experts wouldn't agree which one is correct. The reason it seems close to you is because you don't have that clarity. Either you have a comprehension problem, you're not comprehending things well, or you have a reasoning problem. For
Okay.
example, in this case, if it makes option A correct, you may think, yeah, other research is also correct answer, no? And then in some other question, you see it's incorrect, and you're like, what's happening? Or you may see option B is also saying something similar. It's also re-emphasizing the statement. Then why is option B incorrect? Why is option A correct? Because you're not understanding things.
Okay.
Now, how do you improve comprehension? It's always one step at a time. You really dig deeper into one question at a time. You really understand that as clearly as you can, that you can explain it to a layman that why this is wrong, why this is right, and why that is so.
Okay.
You build your thought clarity one step at a time, and that's how you build your overall clarity. A
Okay,
lot
sir.
of people don't dig deeper into individual question thinking, but this question is not going to come. Of course, this question is not going to come, but over a period of time, permutation combinations are going to come. And if you're not getting deeper into any question, naturally, you're not building clarity.
Understood. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Anything else?
I have a doubt, if I
Yeah.
may.
Yeah.
Yeah, just want to understand. So, what level would these questions qualify as in the GMAT?
Medium to hard, I think. They're not very hard questions.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
so like 500, 600 level questions if we take the classic addition scoring kind of scenario.
500 are generally not considered medium questions,
Oh,
considered easy questions. So probably 600, 650 to 700, somewhere around that.
okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, cool. So tomorrow we'll meet again in the morning. We'll do few more questions, and we'll learn a few more things. The questions I've picked in a way that sort of we'll end up tackling some other aspects, strengthen, weaken, and hopefully we'll have more insights as we do those questions. So see you tomorrow morning then.
Thank you. Thanks, EJ.
Take care. Yep. Good night.
Thank you, sir. Bye. Good night.
Good night. So I wanted to ask, uh, whether you learned something yesterday, and if yes, what did you learn? So if three, four of you can share what you learned yesterday, that would be great.
Hi, sir.
Yeah, Nishi.
Yeah, so it was very helpful. I think one important thing that I learned was to visualize, not just go on and on reading without grasping what is written and connecting the previous sentence with the current sentence.
Okay.
And secondly, was also have to have a bit of a broad mind, because the second question that we did, uh, that that I didn't get it correct. So, like, I got that takeaway that we have to be a bit flexible and think more than to, restrict ourselves.
Okay. So in the second question, essentially, you were not able to think of that logic.
Yes, I
Yeah.
also thought of like, okay, the other researchers are saying, so it's just like more than one person is saying, so that's how it's benefiting.
I see. So your takeaway was that essentially you have to be open to other kinds of logic that you may not be immediately be able to think of.
Correct. Yeah.
I see. Thank you. So visualization, connecting sentences, part of comprehension. Second was to remain open to other ideas, so not just take calls that, okay, this doesn't strike me. Uh, okay, good takeaways. Thank you. Others?
Yeah, CJ, Anuj here. I think more from answer choice analysis. Previously, I used to kind of read it and not go so in depth on
Okay.
answer choices. I used to do it on passage level. But
Okay.
yesterday, especially in the second question, my understanding of answer choices wasn't correct. Uh, I got correct because of wrong reasons. So I think it's also important to give some time to the answer choice to carefully visualize the answer choice as well.
Okay.
So yeah, from that, and also in strengthen weaken, I think it we don't require the answer choice to be 100%
Yeah.
like strengthening or weakening. Even a slight tilt is a good option. So I guess those two takeaways were important for me.
Okay. So yeah, to to do a better job, essentially, to really sort of try to understand them more deeply as you have than you have been, and secondly, uh, yeah, strengthen need not sort of prove anything. It just needs to increase the belief. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, CJ, Tanya here.
Yeah.
I would have two takeaways from yesterday's class. One would be visualization, like breaking down sentences and then relating them to the previous sentences. And on the second question, I got stuck on a word generally.
Okay.
So yeah, so I would take away from that question. Would my takeaway from that question would be that not to get stuck on a particular word and keep an open mind.
So why were you stuck on
I
the?
don't know. I was able to crack the answer, but after rereading it many times, I just got stuck on that word. Maybe maybe in the previous questions which I might have attempted, there would be an answer based on that, and I would have eliminated based on that word, like the generalization which I was telling you yesterday. Maybe because of that, I don't know actually why I got stuck on that word.
Yeah. So again, we don't know yet. Okay. So this is a good stage to be in. I was actually telling my friend that I'm in a very confused state of my life. So I'm confused but not unhappy. Okay, by the way. But sort of, I have a lot of confusions, but it's not that I'm uh, sort of miserable about them. Just that I don't have clarity about various things. So I was telling him, then he was like, "Oh, confusion is a good state to be in." Yeah, so that's the kind of friend I have. But essentially, it's right because so confusion means you don't know. And a general tendency is to close that to just say,
Yeah.
oh, I know. If you remain open, then it's a possibility, then you will actually get to know the real thing. If you close it in a rush that yeah, this is the reason, even though you're not sure, then what you have identified may not be the right reason.
Yes, good.
Then you can just say, okay, I don't know at this step, but this was an insight that, yeah, I was stuck on this. And because of that, I was going wrong. It's an interesting thing. I don't know why. And do I get stuck on other words? Or is this a specific word? Are there a category of word that I get stuck in? So these are open questions, which sort of the answers you may discover as you practice, as you keep paying attention.
Yeah, correct. Sure.
Yes, Om, you wanted to say something?
Yes, sir. Yesterday I learned that you can make some basic general assumptions like you told in question one,
Okay. Okay.
like based on your normal thinking.
Use your real everyday life, everyday logic kind of thing.
Yes, yes. Common sense kind of logic.
Yeah. Common sense logic. Yeah.
And secondly, I did both the questions in like a past week or something, but I did not go in that much depth for answer analysis.
Okay.
So answer analysis was like also a thing I learned how to go in depth for understanding.
Mm, mm. Okay. So
So
one
it
is,
was amazing session.
thank you. So one is that you said that you learned that we can use common sense, and it's a uh, yeah, it's actually something that people learn from me, but it's also interesting because if you stop, if you actually very consistently stop using common sense, you'll get so many strength and weaken questions wrong that you will be like, something is fundamentally wrong. So the reason people carry this idea that they cannot use common sense and still keep solving strength and weaken questions without realizing there is some problem is that they are inconsistent. Okay, if you consistently, very sincerely apply this idea which you have in mind that, oh, we can't use common sense logic, then you'll get so many questions wrong that you'll be like, oh, there's something fundamentally wrong. Okay, we can use common sense logic and there is no other logic, there is no other version of logic that we are supposed to use. It's not written anywhere. And of course, it is possible that you use your common sense logic and you get questions wrong. In that case, what you need to do is identify what's the problem with your logic and not just say, oh, I can't use common sense. No, there are a lot of questions which will be very clear to you that you can't solve without using common sense. So that's yeah, that's something that people get to learn or people have, uh, especially with respect to strength and weaken question. So that's good that you mentioned that. The second was depth of analysis that we were doing in each option. So this is the way we learn, right? As I was saying in the beginning of the session that you can do 100 questions, still not learn much, or you can do just 10 questions and still learn a lot. Now your improvement in your score doesn't depend on how many questions you have done. Nobody is going to ask you, okay, so how many questions? 1,000? Oh, this should be your score improvement. Oh, just 50 questions. No, you shouldn't improve much. No, that doesn't happen. The improvement in your score is dependent on how much you have learned, not how many questions you have solved. So given this understanding, naturally it makes sense to really dig deeper into the questions to really understand everything that is there in every question. So yeah, thank you for those takeaways, mentioning those takeaways.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, one more. Anybody else wants to talk about what you learned yesterday? Okay, ठीक है, cool. तो काफी लोग लग रहा है सो रहे हैं. We should have had at least about 22 participants. There are just 13 here. Okay, so we'll start anyway. Uh, so I'll first talk about um, a few things. I'll not take more than 10-15 minutes, and then we'll jump into the questions. So one of the common questions people have with respect to CR is whether to pre-think, sort of think about a possible answer before jumping into the options or not. So there are benefits to pre-thinking. One is that it can force some people to read more attentively and thus understand more of the argument. So because you know that you'll eventually have to sort of think about a possible answer before you go to the option. So you start reading things more attentively, you pay more attention, thus you grasp more. So as far as the first benefit is concerned, if you are in any case reading very closely, because you know that you have to understand it well, you're reading sentence by sentence and you're reading it clearly and you're making connections, then the first benefit essentially is not very relevant for you. Then you can essentially, you don't need pre-thinking to uh, read more attentively or read things attentively or really understand the text. You can do it without pre-thinking also. But of course, some people don't do it, and once they start pre-thinking, then they do it. But in general, you can do it without pre-thinking also. Second benefit of pre-thinking is that if it is done well, which I think more than 90% of the people don't do well, because they're not even taught how to pre-think. They're just told to pre-think. So how to go about it is not taught. So as a result, a lot of people are doing a very crude job. In those cases, they don't build critical thinking skills. But if it is done well, it has the potential to build critical thinking skills. So since as I said, more than 90 or probably 95% of the people don't do this pre-thinking well. So majorly the benefit is the first one, that once they start pre-thinking, they start reading things attentively and they start understanding things clearly. That's the major benefit that people derive from pre-thinking, which is again my experience, and which again, you don't necessarily need pre-thinking to really pay attention and to understand things well. There are downsides to pre-thinking. One very common downside is it can create a bias when you are evaluating options, which means that, let's say, and I think you might have experience if you're doing pre-thinking, you think of one or two possible answers, then you're looking for those one or two answers in the options. So if there is an option that is around that, but it is not really doing the job, you still have a tendency to mark it because it's so aligned with your thinking. So it can create bias. So if there were no bias, you might have seen that this option is not doing the work. But since you are biased towards certain options, so you evaluate them improperly. As a result, you end up getting questions wrong. That's one downside. Another downside is that it can, if you're really doing a very superficial job at pre-thinking, it can be a complete waste of time, and it can create self-doubt also. In some cases, people are like, oh, I get questions right, but I'm not able to pre-think. So that's fine. Okay, because you're not doing it well, that's why you're not able to pre-think. Uh, overall, if we are doing it well, one one indicator that you're doing it well is that you're really able to sort of, generally, whenever you try to think of a possible answer, one or two things will strike you quite fast. Okay, because they are at the top of your head. You already have the skills that they just come naturally to you. But the way to build critical thinking is that you go beyond one or two and to think of more possible ways to, let's say, strengthen, weaken, or whatever, an argument. Then you are really forcing yourself to think deeper, to think more closely, to go beyond what is your comfort area. That's how you can build critical thinking skills. If you're not doing all of that, then it makes sense that you drop pre-thinking and you just try to understand the passage well. Okay? If you drop pre-thinking completely and just do the comprehension of the passage well, that would be more than enough for you. Okay, that's my recommendation. So so we have then we talk about, so I'll not be talking about an example of that is going to be very specific here. So we talk about speed problem. A lot of people have, they call that they're able to solve questions, but they take a lot of time. So So they have what we call a timing problem or a speed problem. And a lot of people also focus on speed from the beginning of their preparation. So from the very beginning, they're trying to time themselves because the reason is eventually they'll have to solve questions within time limits. So why not start with that? In any aspect of life, it doesn't make sense to focus on speed from the beginning. Let's say you're trying to learn dance. Doesn't make sense to sort of dance at a speed when you don't even know the steps. You don't even get the steps right. You're going all over the place, right? So similarly, if you're trying to play a musical instrument, doesn't make sense to really play it fast. First, you have to do it right. So in all aspects of learning, you have to first focus on accuracy, getting things right, and then speed. Speed is not a skill in itself. Speed is a consequence of the skills. Okay, so for example, I'm not sure, Om was telling yesterday that he eventually solved the question, takes 1 minute, and in three options in the question, then 1.5 minutes on the remaining two options. So you're taking 2.5 minutes, or let's say whatever time, 2.5 minutes on a question. But essentially 1.5 minutes of that time is spent on just two options because you're not clear. So you're taking that time. If you were clear, then you could have done the question in 1.5 minutes, right? If you could do the passage and the three options in 1 minute, then you can do the remaining two options also in another 20, 30 seconds. The reason you are taking 1.5 minutes to evaluate the remaining two options is you are not clear. So your speed is a consequence of your clarity. One aspect is clarity. For example, let's say you to get the dance steps right. That is clarity. And then there is comfort. Comfort is not just you can get it right, but you can get it right very fluently. You're very fluent with that. So fluency comes with repeated practice of the right thing. Okay. So once you have these skills, then you naturally get the speed. You can't directly get the speed. Hacks do not work on a well-designed test. So if it's not a well-designed test, you can hack through it. But if it is a well-designed test, you can't really fool them. So you'll have to, if they are trying to test your skills, you'll have to have those skills to be able to do well on the test. So the way to improve speed is to improve skills. So one is, as I said, clarity. So as your clarity increases, you don't get stuck in the option. Naturally, you'll get solve questions faster. You build comfort, which is again comes through repeated involved practice. So you have to be engaged. It should not be a mechanical practice. So as you have clarity, as you have more and more comfort, questions that were used to be hard for you earlier now become moderately difficult. Questions which were moderately difficult now become easy for you. Naturally, it doesn't take a lot of time to solve an easy question. That's how you pick up speed. Okay. So when we talk about learning, there are three kinds of learning. There is a useful learning, there is a useless learning, and then there is a harmful learning. It may come as a surprise. What kind of learning? But this is what I've seen. Um, so of course, useful learning is what we typically call learning, right? We're learning something useful, and that's how we improve. But then the kind of learnings people have, sometimes they fall into useless category also. So every time I ask them, okay, what did you learn from this question? Oh, I'll start reading carefully. If it is a sort of first time insight for you that, oh, I need to read this deeply, that could be a valid takeaway. That could be a valid learning for you that, okay, you were never reading this closely and you never even knew that we can read this closely. Now you get to know. So now it's a takeaway for you. It's a learning for you that, okay, I need to read things this deeply. But if every time you don't read things deeply and every time I ask you, okay, I need to read deeply, then it's just an excuse. You're saying the same thing again and again, but the point is, why are you not still reading things deeply? Why are you still making the same comprehension errors? Okay, now you need to dig deeper to have your learnings. You cannot sort of keep repeating the same thing and saying, yeah, it's the same thing. For example, I'll not overthink. So overthinking is what people think is their problem. So a lot of times they get questions wrong. They're like, oh yeah, again I overthought. I should not. So what did you learn? I should not overthink. but but is this the first time you are realizing that you overthink? No. Then you've already sort of had this takeaway that you should not overthink, but then why are you still overthinking? Then now your takeaway has to come from this, that given that I already had a takeaway to not overthink, why am I still overthinking? The answer to this question will give you takeaway this time. You cannot keep saying the same thing. Okay. In other words, essentially you can have a takeaway only once. You cannot say the same thing over and over again and the same takeaway every time. And then there are harmful takeaways, by the way, which means you're learning something that is actually going to negatively impact your score. And one of the takeaways that falls into this category is, as I said yesterday, that people have this takeaway that I'll not use common sense in CR questions. Why do they have this takeaway? Because they use common sense, they get a question wrong, they're like, oh, or probably they read it in forums, right? All kind of junk on forums. So they read, oh yeah, you're not supposed to you're not supposed to use common sense. Yeah, these are GMAT questions. These are not real life questions. Okay, so you have this kind of understanding. So people have this takeaway. They were originally using common sense and now they stop using common sense. So takeaway is actually pushing them in the wrong direction. So whatever you're learning, you have to really probe it, whether it makes sense, whether it's consistently applicable. For example, let's say if somebody has this takeaway, I'll not use common sense. But if he is open, okay, I have this takeaway because it didn't work out in that question. But he sees that, okay, in this question, this correct option cannot be correct unless I use common sense. So probably that takeaway was not correct. Okay. Then why did I get that wrong? I thought that I got that wrong because I was using common sense. Common sense is not supposed to be used. But now this option can be correct only if the common sense is used. So then you go back to that question and try to figure out. So if you are engaged, you'll eventually uncover your problems. You'll uncover your harmful takeaways. A lot of times we are not so engaged. So we keep carrying our useless and harmful takeaways also. So yeah, so you have to learn, but don't be in a rush to have a takeaway. As I think I was emphasizing to Tanya, sometimes you remain open. I don't know what I learned. That's fine. You try, you give your best. Okay, why did I make this mistake and all that? But sometimes you'll come to this situation that I really don't know why I'm making. So those questions will remain open. And if you are sincere, your mind will constantly sort of at the back of your mind, that probing will go on. You keep solving other questions, then insights will come. But if you close them by saying some random takeaway, then you may not learn. The last idea before we move on to the questions is that I talked about this the last time also. Analytics can hide your problems. So for example, I had a student, she got 2% questions wrong. And then her takeaway was that she should revise the percentage concept. But one question she got wrong because she faltered in converting the words in the question into an equation. And another percentage question she got wrong because she misunderstood. So again, there was some comprehension problem. So one was a comprehension, other was translating the words into the equation. So neither of the errors was connected to her grasp of the percentage concept. But she was looking at the numbers and you're like, yeah, both are percentage questions. So I should go back to it. So probably I'm faltering in the percentage concept. Of course, in this case, revising the percentage concept will not lead to any improvement. sort of, again, we give her some mental satisfaction that she's working towards her goals and all that. But that's not going to lead to improvement because that's not the source of her problem. Right? Similarly, in CR, you may get assumption questions wrong or strengthen weaken questions wrong, not because you don't understand the concept, but because you're faltering in comprehension or reasoning. But all the analytics that you have will be in terms of concepts. Okay, in these many percentage questions you got wrong, these many assumptions, these many strengthen weaken, whatever. But the analytics will not tell you the source. Your source could be that you don't understand the concept. Okay, or it could be something else. It is your own analysis that will sort of help you get to the source of the problem. And once you start tackling the source, then you will start seeing improvements. Okay, before we jump into the questions, any questions, any concerns? So Anj, the reason I did not want into the giving example of breathing was that, again, I don't want to do a very superficial job at it. To do a thorough job at it essentially will require a good amount of time. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, then we are good to go. So I'll ask the active participants to just turn on their videos. And so Anuj and Shriharsha, and for this session, I'll ask Palak is there. Can you be the active participant today for this session? Palak, are you there? Abhishek, are you there?
Yeah, hi, sir. But my
Yeah,
camera has an issue, so I'll not be able to turn on the camera.
that's fine. ठीक है. So let's start with this. So Anuj, possibly you can start. Just explain me the passage, sentence by sentence.
Sorry. Yeah. In S territory, archaeologists discovered charred bone fragments dating back 1 million years. So this discovery was made of these bone fragments which were charred, and basically uh, these charred bone fragments dated 1 million years ago. Or this discovery, sorry. And should I go for the next sentence as well?
Discovery dated 1 million years.
Yes, right, yeah. No, actually, it's bone fragments, this charred bone fragments dating back 1 million years ago.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Analysis of the fragments, which came from a variety of animals, showed that they had been heated to temperatures no higher than those produced in experimental campfires made from branches of white stinkwood, the most common tree around swat cans. So this talks more about the fragments. And these basically came from a variety of animals, these charred bone fragments. And it showed that they had been heated to temperatures no higher than, so it's a comparison of the heating, than those produced in experimental campfires made from branches of white stinkwood, the most common tree around swat cans.
Yeah. So what is the connect? Do you see any connection? What is it trying to say?
It's just comparing these fragments. The first is more of a background information, right, which talks about when talks about these chartboard fragments, and then the second is basically drawing a comparison of these bone fragments, charred bone fragments, with the heating basically produced to the campfires that were made from these branches. So
Okay, so that's fine. So these are the individual facts that the two statements are giving. Sort of when you read this, sort of any connection sort of comes into your mind. Any relevance of this analysis? It's saying this is the analysis we have.
just that, I don't know, just more information which about the first line that is given
Yeah.
and a little additional talking about uh, that the heating of these charred bone fragments. So yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So Shri Harsha, you want to add anything?
Yeah, so I think it's basically leading us into thinking that uh, these bone fragments basically are has two properties, right? One is it comes from different or many varieties of animals, and the second thing is these have been burnt by the probably be burnt by those experimental campfires is what the author is trying to indicate. Uh, of course, it doesn't say it is exactly like that, but it's kind of hinting us towards that, right? Like the temperatures at which they have been heated is no more than that was produced in the experimental campfires. So, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So you are saying that essentially the author is trying to indicate, we cannot be sure, but it's that there seems to be an indication that these charred, which means burnt, these were probably burned in these experimental fires. So we are sort of, it's trying to indicate that this is where it happened, that in the experimental fires they were burnt. That's what you're saying?
No, experimental campfires would have happened right now, right? They must have done this now. So I think
We are saying experimental campfires must be a recent thing. It cannot be a
yeah,
1 million old
1
thing.
million years old thing. Yeah.
Why can't it be a 1 million year old thing?
Uh, Experimental campfires made from the branches of white stinkwood.
Hmm. Uh, Abhishek, you want to add anything?
Uh, so I think it can't be an old thing because they are doing the analysis right now. So analysis of fragments showed something, and Moreover, I think the author is trying to indicate that the bones, maybe they were burnt along with the, when they were burnt, they were burnt along with the branches, because I see this as an indication, because it's mentioned again the branches of some particular wood, which is the most common tree around this region. So maybe the bones were also burnt alongside. Maybe there's some kind of a ritual before they used to burn, bury the dead. So again, it's not an inference, sir, but kind of an indication
What indication?
that the bones were also burnt before they were buried, and maybe they were burnt with these kind of white foot trees around that time.
Because you're thinking of burning before burying. Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah. So so I'm not sure. I don't think I'll go in terms of, so of course there is always a chance that it may further talk about burying and all that. But when I read the statement, I'll generally not be thinking about burning before burying. Of course, it's talking about burning, and there is, in some cases it may eventually talk about burying also. But so far, the passage has nowhere talked about burying, so I don't think that idea will strike me. So what I'll be thinking is that, yeah, essentially they discovered charred bone fragments, so they were burnt. And now it's saying that they had been heated to temperature no higher. So essentially it's trying to draw a similarity to which they were heated and the kind of temperature that sort of, let's say, are produced in experimental fires using the same kind of wood, which is quite common in that same territory, Swartkan's territory, which from which we have discovered the bone fragments. So you see that essentially it's trying to use the same wood in the experimental fires. So in my mind, essentially, it will be that it's trying to establish some connection between how they were burnt. So they were probably, it's trying to say that they were burnt in these fires, not somewhere, not uh, some other way. That's the connection that I'll form. That it's trying to essentially take me in the direction of why they are charred. So they were probably burnt in some kind of campfires there. Does that look like a connection that we can make, or you believe that that's a stretch? Anuj, Abhishek.
I think that makes sense, sir.
Anuj.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
So, but I you did not make this connection, or did you?
Yeah, like uh, I don't think so. I was like more, yeah, I think I could not make that connect very quickly. So generally, I don't make any, like, I don't go so in depth. I kind of just make connections on like as is basis. I don't go so in depth seeing what reasons it can be. But I guess your reasoning makes more sense. At least that much I could have drawn, which I couldn't, I think.
What you're saying is very honest and sort of very genuine also, that you're saying I make connections as is, I don't go deeper.
Right.
It's an interesting statement because I'm not sure what your score range is.
700.
No, verbal score range.
Oh, 35 to 38.
You're at 35 to 38, right?
Right.
So, and this is a normal thing that people make connections as is, which means people who are at 20, 25 also, they also make connections as is ka matlab hai, but whatever comes naturally, whatever just
Yes.
happens as you read. right? So there is a
Yes.
skill aspect, which is skill is essentially whatever, as I was explaining pre-thinking, right? There are one or two ideas that will strike you after you have read
Yes.
the document on your own. So for a
Yes.
35-8 person, let's say if I talk crudely, of course, I don't know the percentages, but let's say out of 100 sentences, you'll probably understand connections in 80 to 85% of the sentences. For a
Right.
person that 20-25, he'll probably understand 60, 60 kind of 60%, 65%. It's not that you'll understand just 10% sentence. No. So it's not that extreme. So a lot of people can understand a lot of statements, connections. But the point is, whatever skill level we are still not understanding there some proportion of the connection, some proportion of the sentences. So that much we are leaving on the table just in terms of comprehension. कि वो तो we have not even understood, let alone how we'll reason out and all that. वो तो बात की बात है. It's also possible, by the way, that depending upon again skill level, you read this, you did not make this connection, but when you come across the option, then you think, yeah, that was a
Yes.
connection I did not make.
That happens with me.
So that happens with a lot of people in different contexts because it happens in those cases when the connection is beyond, is slightly above you, but it's not really much more, much beyond you. So you need a trigger to make that connection. It doesn't happen automatically. Some connections happen automatically. Some connections you need a little assistance, which may come in the form of options also. And some connections may not happen. So those things you'll get wrong or you will not understand why. So we are at a skill level. And now the question is about the process. Does our process aid our skills, or we are just going by our skills? For example, uh, in all aspects of life, there is a skill. Let's say we both can lift 50 kgs, right? Uh, and somebody gives us 20, 30, 40, 50, we'll both be equally be able to do the job because we both can lift 50 kgs. Now somebody gives us 70 kgs. Now you won't be able to lift because your capability is 50 kgs. But what I do is I sort of break it down into two, 35, 35, lift one, keep it wherever it is supposed to be kept, then take the other one and keep it wherever it is supposed to be kept. So I've done the job. I've taken longer, but I've done the job. You have not done the job because you're again and again trying to lift all 70 kgs at the same time. You don't know the process. Skill is the same. The simple process is different, that I know that I can divide a problem into two parts, handle one at a time. You don't know that. Similarly here, so a lot of people are just bound by their existing skills. That whatever I can understand naturally, I'll understand. Whatever I can't, what can I do? So here comes the process that, for example, if you read it and you see that, no, I can't see any connection, then you make a deliberate attempt to make the connection. Okay. So now this deliberate attempt, naturally, since it's deliberate, takes time. So it will slow you down. Okay. But slowing down and getting it right is better than not slowing down and getting it wrong. That's one aspect of it. Even during the exam, it makes sense to do your job well and have a greater chance of success rather than sort of doing a whatever lousy job and failing at it. The second is, if you keep doing it during your practice, if you keep making these attempts, making these connections which are not natural, but you deliberately make a lot of efforts to understand all the connection, over a period of time, many of these connections will also start coming naturally to you, which is when we say that your skills have improved. So this is also a way to improve your skill. And this is the way people who come to me at 2025, essentially have forced them. So this, of course, for them, it's a very long journey and enormous amount of effort. But essentially, the process is the same. Whatever connections you can't naturally make, you force yourself. You know that you are supposed to make connections. So you take time, form these connections. Over a period of time, making connections starts becoming easier. But it also remains a test-taking thing, by the way. It is not just for practice. Even during the test, if you're not, the connection doesn't happen naturally, but you're not comprehending if you're not understanding the connections. So make an attempt, a deliberate attempt to understand the connection. Of course, since there you are within time limits, so you'll make some attempt. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, so with this kind of understanding, uh, I'll move ahead. And then we have a question stem here. So, Sriharsha, can you explain the question stem?
Yeah, CJ. Which of the following, if true, together with the information above, provide the best basis for the claim that the charred bone fragments are evidence of the use of fire by early hominids? I see. So I think the question is phrased in such a way that it's actually giving us a conclusion in itself. Basically, the claim that whatever the charred bone fragments that these archaeologists discovered is an indication is basically an evidence that these early hominids is basically like early people who lived in the early times or 1 million years back have used fire. And we want to strengthen that conclusion by picking an option.
What is the conclusion?
Uh, that these charred bone fragments, which seem to have been heated at temperatures no higher than the ones, uh, no higher than the temperatures of temperatures which come out when we burn the branches of white stinkwood, are indeed an indication that the early humanids have used fire.
Okay. You're saying this charred bone fragments are evidence of the use of fire by early hominids is the conclusion. This is what we are trying
Right.
to strengthen.
Strengthen. Right.
Okay. Anuj, Abhishek, anybody has a different opinion?
No, same only. I think we just need to prove that fire was used to burn these bone fragments, and that is why the experiment
Okay.
is stated where it says that temperatures no higher than those produced in experimental campfire. So kind of that connect that we need to show that yes, it was the use of fire that was used to burn these bone fragments.
Okay. So you agree with what Sriharsha said, that this is the conclusion?
Yes, yes, yes.
Abhishek?
Sir, I agree with Sriharsha that we have to prove this. The the charred
So,
bone segments are evidence of use of fire, and we just need one more information that we can expect to find in the option, along with what's already stated.
okay. So yeah, so this is a case of a question in which the conclusion, essentially whatever we are trying to strengthen or weaken, is mentioned in the question stem. Okay, this happens. There are questions. This is not a rare scenario. There are questions in which the conclusion or the idea that is supposed to be strengthened or weakened is not mentioned in the passage. It is mentioned in the question stem. Okay, so we go to the options. Yeah. So, Abhishek, can you explain option A?
Sure, sir. So it says that the forest fires can heat wood to the same range of temperatures that can occur in campfires.
Mm.
Hmm. I'm not really sure that
Okay,
how does it impact the
no problem.
conclusion.
No problem.
Yes, sir. I'm just trying to find out, sir. I can take a little while.
Sure, sure. Anuj?
Uh, at first, it seemed like a alternate cause to me. Like this talks about forest fires, but then I got a bit confused because the conclusion says use of fire. The use of fire, uh, I still feel like when they say the use of fire, it means as in like more from like they, as in like created it as in like campfire kind of a thing. So then I negated A for that reason. They used fire, I thought from more from a point of view that they created it rather than it was created naturally. So for me, that was the reason I did not select this.
So it is irrelevant or what? Sort of,
I would say it more of from a weekend point of view. Like,
so you're saying it is a weakener.
yeah,
Why does it weaken?
uh, for me, because the conclusion says that they use fire to burn these bone fragments.
Okay,
So for me, it was more of from that they created the fire by themselves to burn these bone fragments. But
okay,
forest fires are more naturally occurring.
okay,
Yeah,
okay, okay. So you are saying the option A indicates that those charred bone fragments could be a result of a forest fire,
right,
not necessarily a fire by these hominids.
right,
Okay, so it's giving an alternate reason for that charred.
right,
So it is essentially weakening that the fire was used by early hominids.
right.
Okay. Abhishek, you wanted to say something?
I think I would agree with Anuj. It weakens our claim because we want to prove that they used fire, but this kind of suggests that it was the forest fires. It could be another reason that we are getting the same range of temperatures that
Yeah,
their bones were heated to.
yeah, yeah. Shreyas, you agree?
Yes, CJ, I agree with the explanation that Anuj gave. Makes sense.
Yeah. So the reasoning, so to understand how option A is, I agree, it's a weakener. And to understand how it is a weakener, you need to understand the kind of logic built in the passage. That it was as we understood that it was trying to say that probably these charred bone fragments were sort of heated in a campfire because the temperatures at which they were heated were no higher than producing experimental campfire. So we are trying to connect the temperature. That okay, the temperature is not much higher, so probably they were also burned in a campfire. And then we are trying to strengthen the idea that oh, if campfire, then these campfire could have been done by early hominids. So essentially, we are trying to make the connection eventually that okay, these are evidence of use of fire. So hominids were using fire. So these connections a lot of times do not come naturally to a lot of people. Okay, of course, in this case, Anuj and Sriharsha could make these connections, but what I've seen is people who are between 20 to 30 range, 20 and 30 range, these connections are also very hard to make. That how is the author making jumps? And even more than that, a lot of people are not even aware that they are supposed to understand all of these connections. If you're not even aware and you're not making connection naturally, it's like, how will you solve questions? You'll keep getting questions wrong here, there, but you will not get to the root of it. First of all, you're supposed to understand sort of how the author is making connection, how this information can be used to support the claim that charred bone fragments are the evidence of use of fire. Because somehow the author is trying to, first the author made a connection of the charred bone fragments with the campfires. And now the author jumps from the campfires to the use of fire by early hominids. So the author essentially is just making these connections that, okay, these campfires were done by early hominids and these charred bone fragments were heated in these campfires. So yeah, the charred bone fragments are evidence of the use of fire by early hominids. And now option A says forest fires can also heat wood to a range of temperature that occur in campfires. So to the same range of temperatures, forest fires can also heat wood. In that case, the charred bone fragments could have been charred by a forest fire, not by a campfire. And if they have been charred by a forest fire, they are no evidence for the use of fire by early hominids. Then it could be just a natural occurrence. Some forest fire happened. Okay, so that's how it weakens. Okay, let's go to option B. Sriharsha, you can explain it.
Okay. The bone fragments were fitted together by the archaeologists to form the complete skeletons of several animals. Okay, so it is just in line with one information that was given to us, which is the fragments come from a variety of animals, and this is saying, yeah, bone fragments were put together such that they are indeed the skeletons of several animals, but it is not adding any strength to our the claim that we want to strengthen, which is this is an evidence of use of fire by early humanoids. So it has no impact on the uh, question slash the conclusion or claim. Yeah.
Anuj, you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think the explanation was right by Sriharsha. It's
Okay.
just that sometimes when things don't pop out to be as like uh, evident, as in like for me, I right now I'm not being able to uh, gauge the implication of this option. So sometimes I put it on hold just to see other options and then come back in case all the other options also feel wrong to me. So this is that one option. Yeah, definitely not for me. It's not a option that clearly strengthens. I can't see anything which like strengthens because I'm trying to show that basically fire was used. I generally keep such options just on hold to come back to review it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you don't feel as if this is going to be an answer, but it's not crystal clear that you
Yeah,
rejected
right,
immediately.
right.
Has my voice changed? Just change my microphone. Or is it the same?
I think it's the same.
Same. Yeah.
Okay, कोई बात. So, yeah, Abhishek, you have anything to add here?
Sir, I agree with Sriharsha's explanation. I think it's a no impact option, and I would not keep it on hold.
So, yeah. So it says the bone fragments were fitted together. So they were fitted together by the archaeologists sort of who discovered these fragments to form the complete picture, sort of not the picture, to form the complete skeletons of several animals. So these bone, so what we have already given that we have found bone fragments and they come from a variety of animals, right? Now the additional is they were fitted together to form the complete skeletons. So this is not given to us in the. as such, right? That they were forming complete skeletons or they were just like parts of it, right? Now, whether these fragments form complete animals, and by the way, this is how actually I evaluate. I first see what's new in this. Okay, I see that, yeah, I knew bone fragments. Yeah, these archaeologists. Okay. So now additional information is they are forming complete skeletons. But whether they form complete skeletons or they are incomplete, the whole point will remain the same, that they were heated and all that. So for me, it's crystal clear because I'm focusing on the exact thing, which is something new brought by this option. Otherwise, the bone fragments I knew are fitted together to form the complete. Okay, so these were they were able to form complete skeletons. Yeah, this I didn't know. But whether they form complete skeletons or they remain incomplete, the whole point will remain the same. Okay, so yeah, no impact. Okay, let's move ahead. Um, so Anuj, you can probably explain this.
Apart from this discovery, there's reliable evidence that early hominids used fire as many as 500,000 years ago. Again, this is irrelevant, right? Because I'm looking at like a million years ago. That's 500,000 is 5 lakhs, a million is 10 lakhs. So how do I care if they've used it 500,000 years ago?
If it's at 900, then instead of 500, if it were 900, then
Same, I think. Because the first line says bone fragments dating back 1 million years ago, right? So then I kind of play with that timeline to see whether,
yeah. So you're saying even 900,000 is not relevant.
yeah,
Okay. So if I make it 999,000, very close to 1 million,
but still not right.
because it's not 1 million. Is that what you're saying? So until and unless we have reliable evidence of exactly 1 million, it's not even going to strengthen or impact that it was used 1 million years ago. That's what you're saying.
999, I think I would have given a second thought maybe, because but
Second,
500 so definitely no, as per
you're
me.
saying, so you're saying 999, you would have given a second thought. So let's give it a second thought. Let's take a stand.
I think I still would have not selected it. I still would have stuck to a million years.
So you're saying if it is evidence of 999,000 years ago, it doesn't support that it was used 1 million years ago. That's what you're saying.
Does not tilt me towards that, I think.
It does not even tilt you. Well, you can still continue to sort of stick to your opinion. I'm just sort of probing you that it doesn't even tilt you. You understand the words that you're using. want to think about it? Abhishek, what do you think?
So I think it slightly increases my belief on the conclusion that they indeed used fire.
Slightly. Which one?
Slightly.
500 slightly or 999 slightly?
I think both of them would have the same effect.
Would have the same effect. 500 and
I mean,
999.
yeah, if it was 9,99,000, it would, be a more strengthener, but
They
it
would
does
not have the
increase
same
my belief.
impact. So you're saying it will
Yes,
have a greater impact. Both
greater
will be
impact, sir.
strengtheners. 500 will also be strengthening. 999 will be a better strengthener.
Yes, it does increase my belief, sir.
Shri Harsha?
See, I think this is a no impact one. Um, the reason again, like 500,000 years ago or 999,000 years ago, right? So this distinction, I think again comes down to one key point there, that the claim that we are trying to strengthen is that we have to make sure that these charred bone fragments are evidence of use of fire by early humanoids, right? It's not that we are trying to just strengthen the a fact that early humanoids used fire, but we have to use this charred bone fragments as evidence of the use. And these charred bone fragments are seem to be dating back 1 million years ago. So any timeline which is later than that will not have an impact.
So if I make it 100 and sort of 1001 now?
You mean like 1 million and 1,000 years ago,
Yeah,
is it?
correct. That would be 1,000,000 and 1,000 years ago.
What? Still, but still, like even in this case, right, how can we say that those charred bone fragments are indeed the evidence, right? This is an evidence that yes, they have used fire more than 1 million years ago, uh, but we want to strengthen the claim that hey, these charred bone fragments are indeed the evidence to use to say that they have used fire. So I think even in 1,000,001 also it wouldn't be no impact.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying whether, so essentially, you are saying whether it's 5,000, sort of 500,000 or 1 million or whatever number doesn't impact because it's talking about something else. But we have to support us that charred bone fragments are evidence of the use of fire. It is not supporting that charred bone fragments are the evidence of the use of. It's giving some other evidence of the use of fire. That's what you are
Right.
saying?
Right. Yes, CJ.
Okay, so according to you, it is no impact, regardless of the number there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
What about others? Anuj, Abhishek?
Well, now that I think of it, sir, I agree with Sriharsha that our intention is to prove the claim that charred bone fragments indeed show that they use fire. So I think this is a no impact option.
Okay. So you agree with Shri Harsha now?
Yes, sir.
So you're changing your answer.
Yes, sir. I'm changing my answer.
Okay. Anuj?
Hmm. I think I'm a bit confused on this. I feel that if I can prove, yeah, definitely Sri Harsha is right to the point that we need to prove that fire was used to kind of for these charred bone fragments. I agree to that point. But an option that says that fire was used like maybe 1 million year back uh, could probably tilt me towards saying that yeah, maybe they use fire for charred bone fragments. Till now, I don't even know that they might use fire or not. But now this option tells me, okay, fire was used, so they might have used it to for these charred bone fragments. So I feel had this been five, to be honest, like I don't know about the 999 figure that you gave, right? That confused me a lot. But I think an option that would say that yeah, they used fire at that point of time, that would have tilted me towards, I think, a strengthener.
Hmm. So you are saying that X is the evidence of Y. Essentially, this is what we are trying to strengthen, right? And charred bone fragments are evidence of the use of fire, right?
Right.
If somebody, you get some other evidence, that is the evidence that Y was there, evidence of Y. So you are saying this supports that X is the evidence of Y. That Z, so we have some other evidence Z, which is the evidence of Y. So this supports that X is evidence of Y.
No.
But you are saying that, no? We have some other evidence apart from Swartkan's discovery. So there is some other evidence Z of Y. And you are saying it supports that X is evidence of Y.
Z is basically saying that X is present, right? Like this discovery is
Y
basically
is
saying that,
present.
yeah,
Y is
sorry.
present. Y is
Hello.
present, not X is present.
Yeah.
Which is that is evidence of Y.
Right.
So that supports in your mind that X is evidence of Y.
I'm a bit confused on this, to be honest.
Okay. What is the confusion?
That whether an option that just tells me that they used fire at that point of time, does it tilts me towards the causality that
So I
fire
think
was for these charred bone fragments?
so. So I think this goes back to actually the way you framed when I was asking about the conclusion. And I'm not sure exactly what the words you used. Did you really mean that? But essentially, you said that okay, we are trying to support the claim that yeah, early hominids used fire on the basis of this. Let's say if this were the conclusion,
Then it would have,
then naturally option C is a very good strengthener.
yeah,
And
yeah,
option C would remain a strengthener even if
yeah.
it is 500,000, by the way.
Okay,
Of course. Yeah, it doesn't need to be 999 or 1 million. The direction is the same.
okay,
Okay. If it is 1 million, then definitely it is there. If you take it 900,000, then yeah, there is a stretch that it was used 900,000 years ago. Was it used 1 million years? Yeah, at least 900,000 so we have now. So there is a greater belief that it was used 1 million years ago also. No?
okay, okay,
If let's say I don't know whether you ever drank alcohol, and somebody says, and I'm trying to figure out whether you drank alcohol last year, and somebody says, yeah, 6 months ago Anuj was drinking, I'll be more sure that you were drinking 1 year ago also. Earlier, I did not have any information. Now I know that you were drinking 6 months ago. So there is an increased belief that you would be drinking 1 year ago also. I'm not sure. Of course, there is a lot of chance you may have left it, or you may have started drinking 8 months ago, so you were not drinking 1 year ago. But there is a movement in direction, or there is a tilt towards that. Okay,
Got
of
it.
course, 500,000 and a million are quite far apart. So it's going to be a milder, very mild version of this strengthener. But I will never say that this doesn't even have a direction, or this doesn't even have a tilt. It has a tilt. It's a milder tilt. As I take the number closer to 1 million, this magnitude of the strengthener goes up. It still remains a strengthener.
Okay.
So if this were the claim that early hominids used fire, then naturally this is a good strengthener. But this is not the claim that we are supporting. The claim we are supporting is whether this X is evidence of the use of fire or not.
Yeah.
If something else is the evidence of the use of fire, again, in my mind, it's very clear that it doesn't support that X is the evidence of Y or not.
Got it. It should affect the causality in a whole, the cause and the effect.
I'll not use those words. Okay, because again, you're not using the word causal in a precise way. We can have that discussion sometime. But the idea we are trying to strengthen is X is the evidence of Y. We are not trying to strengthen that Y existed. If we understand this is the idea, then option C is just saying there is some other evidence of Y, which is fine, but does it support that X is the evidence of Y? No. It definitely supports that Y existed, but it doesn't support that X is the evidence of Y. So again, it boils down to, as I think we were talking about yesterday also, that we are lakir ke fakir, because there is no other way. We exactly go by the words, the way it is framed. It is saying we have to support the claim that this is evidence of this. So this is what we are supposed to support. Make sense, Shri Harsha, Abhishek, clear? Anuj?
Yes.
Yes, Siju.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's move on. So yeah, Abhishek, you can take a shot at it.
Sir, I think it's a no impact option
Okay.
because it's just telling me that where the bone fragments were found.
Okay. How the bone fragments were?
Found, sir.
Okay, okay. So you're saying it's no impact because it's just telling us how the bone fragments were found. So however they were found, how does it, the point is they are found and now what they mean. That's what you're saying?
I mean, sir, it's not helping me arrive at the claim that does it really show that they used fire, the charred bone segments.
It doesn't. So you're saying it is not really making that connection that
Yes, sir.
that it's an evidence of the use of fire. That's what you're saying.
Right, right, sir.
Anuj?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Shreyarsha?
Uh, I think this is a strengthener
Okay.
because So in the argument, it's given that bone fragments, and also, you know, these are charred such that the highest temperature that it can go up to is near the branches of white stinkwood and all that. And the conclusion we have, the author is talking about humanoids and how these could be the evidence of fire by humanoids. This statement is kind of connecting the both statements in the sense that the bone fragments, the cutting tools used by humanoids are around the same timeline, which kind of makes me more that probably these very humanoids have burnt these bone fragments using the branches of white stinkwood. So therefore, it is strengthening my claim, the claim that whatever the claim is, basically the charred bone fragments are evidence of use of fire by humanoids.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying it's a strengthener.
Yes, Vijay.
Yeah, Anuj and Abhishek, you have sort of anything to say on that?
No, sir, I still think it's a no impact option.
Anuj?
Mm, what Shihacha says does make a bit sense to me, like, but I still would have, like, for me, it doesn't show that.
Let's try to understand what, so you can take a stand and all that. So let's try to understand what information this is giving you and how is it relevant. So let's first try to understand the information that it is giving us, and then we can connect it that what how it is relevant to the context, right? And then eventually we can see the impact. So let's first understand the information that it is giving us. What is the information that it is giving us, Anuj?
It says that the bronze fragments were found in several distinct layers of limestone, and this also contained the primitive cutting tools that have been used by early hominids. So these tools were also found there. So what Sri Harsha was saying
No.
that
So hold on. Let me explain. Let's go step by step. It could be that the sentence is very clear in your head. For some people, the sentence will also be not very clear. The first is to understand the literal meaning of the sentence and then what it means. Literal meaning is simply that there were layers of limestone. Okay, and the bone fragments were found in several layers. Okay, and in those several layers, there were also primitive cutting tools used by hominids. So let's say they used to use some tool X or Y. So those tools X and Y were also found in those layers in which these bone fragments were found. What do the layers, so how is this layer part significant? Do you understand the significance of the layer? Anuj? How does it matter, layers or without layers or just one piece?
I couldn't connect why distinct layers makes no sense.
Uh, Again, I've read geology very little, but I have read RC passages, and of course I've read it back in 10th class and all that. But I think there are layers in mountains. So depending upon the layer, you can figure out the age of that. So different layers correspond to different times. Sort of, is this an idea new for you, Anuj? Or you have heard of this idea that,
No, I have not heard, very honestly.
acha, I'm not sure, but I think I've heard these kind of ideas in RC passages also. Um, and by the way, uh, I'm not sure, but this is the way I consume any information, that I don't just say, okay, it's an RC passage, solve it, move on. Wow, this is a new idea. Okay, and it stays with me. So normally this is, so when I look at distinct layers of limestone, and so we are talking about 1 million years ago, right? So million years, sort of, even 100,000 is a lot of time, right? मिट्टी जमेगी, फिर उसके ऊपर और मिट्टी, वो नीचे वाली, right? It's sorry, Shri Harsha doesn't understand Hindi. So, oh, you understand some Hindi, no? At least
Who, me?
Shri Harsha, Shri Harsha.
Oh,
Yeah, I do a bit. Yeah.
To some extent, she understands. So, um, so right, so the layers are formed, and essentially, uh, I don't know. Again, I'm not a geologist. I'm not studied geology, but I understand it. There are, the layers correspond to different ages. This is the idea that I just carried from whatever readings. So when this talks about different layers of limestones, essentially it means at different times, uh, at which those bone fragments sort of were deposited. So it's over a period of time. Okay. Now this is the understanding I have, given my external understanding of geology and whatever I've read. Even if you don't have this, I think you'll still be able to do a justice to this option. But I'm just saying that this is how I process. Okay. Okay, let's come back to this option now. So what it says is, essentially, if we ignore the layers part, let's ignore it. So essentially, the bone fragments were found at the same place at which we have found the tools used by hominids, right? Okay, so this is the piece of information that it gives us. Okay, now, is that relevant to the context? Or what does this information even mean? That if you find cutting tools used by hominids at the same place as you have found bone fragments, what does that even mean? Does that indicate anything, or does that not indicate anything?
yeah, but it does indicate that probably these hominids have like cut these animals and all, right? But for me, yeah, it like my only point which again comes to mind is the use of fire, right? So I think that connect we need to make.
You're jumping.
Sorry. Yeah.
We are just talking about the option and what it means. Right now, we are not even connecting it.
Okay.
Fire and all that. You're just saying option is saying they're found at the same place, right? Layers of limestone, or within the same limestone, which we have found cutting tools. Essentially, it means that they were coexisting.
Right.
That this is what it means, right?
Yes. Yes.
Now, of course, since we are talking about bone fragments and all that, so it also indicates that probably these cutting tools may have been used by hominids to cut these animals and all that, right? But essentially, what we mean is that they're at the same time. So hominids were there at the time of these animals, right? This is an
Right.
indication of this option. This is the implication. And now we sort of see if it is relevant to the context we have. But so far, it is just about the option. Now we connect it to the argument. So is it relevant to the argument?
Yeah, I think it is. Since uh if I can say that if they've used these tools to cut these animals, right? So that means they've derived the bones from these animals. And probably it then if they burnt it, then they might have used fire to burn it, right?
So you're saying it is now strengthening.
Yeah.
Okay. You're not very sure.
Yeah, for me it's a bit of like a jump, but then I kind of make sense what Sriharsha was saying, that uh it pushes me to the direction that yes, if they have cut the animals, right, then the way to burn the bone fragments would have been through fire.
Hmm. So let me put it this way, the connections. Essentially, this indicates that hominids, the cutting tools used by hominids were of the same time. So we get to know that hominids were there at the time of these. And we already have an indication from the argument that these bone fragments were burnt in these campfires because of the temperature thing, right? So we already knew the same time zone of these campfires and the bone fragments. And now we also get to know hominids were also there at the same time, right? So there is an indication that yeah, hominids were using those campfires, right? Is that how you were I think slightly differently understanding, but does that make sense to you?
Yes. Yes.
So you think it's a very wild kind of jump, or you think it's a logical jump?
It's logical.
But you are not able to make this jump.
Yeah, not like immediately.
So last time also you said I could not make this connection very quickly. Now also you're saying immediately. But it's
I
not
don't,
immediate or very quick. It's you were not able to make it. You had time.
yeah, I could not.
So but why? And let's say eventually now you could uh, of course with some assistance, but so what made it possible to make the connection? Or let's say let's try to understand why you were not able to make the
Actually,
connection.
I'm too fixated with the answer option, where I feel that the answer option should directly come out loud to me saying that, okay, fire was used for burning of
So
these.
what comes out loud is again what is at the bilkul at the within your skill level. What is even beyond your skill level, it's not going to come out loud. What is even at a high level will definitely sound, no, no, this doesn't make sense.
Right.
If you are saying everything should come, then you remain at your skill level. You don't go beyond that.
Right.
Because what is loud is that what instinctively clicks you. What instinctively clicks you is what you already have skills about. So what you are saying, I'm not sure whether this is what you meant. Though essentially, you said that okay, this didn't strike me out, sort of stood out, so just rejected it. I didn't think a lot about it. Is that what you said?
True. Yeah.
Hmm. But this must be happening in your practice also, that things don't stand out, but they are still right. Um, right?
Yeah, like so I face both the ends. Sometimes I get it right for the wrong reasons, and
Yeah.
sometimes I'm unable to kind of I get it wrong, and the correct answer takes me some time to, okay, I see this connection, and then it makes more sense to me. So yeah, this I especially see in like medium to hard or maybe harder questions, in which especially these questions which dates back to like a historical passage. Even in RC, I kind of face those issues. So yeah, this is one area where I generally bit struggle.
So yeah, so you are saying that this is an area in which sort of the correct option doesn't strike you.
Yes.
Um, so what have you done to improve in this area?
I think taking out more, to be honest, like I'm still doing for these questions, uh, like spending more time. First, I used to solve more questions, to be honest,
Okay.
right? So even if an answer choice, after reading it for 2 or 3 minutes, if I found it fine, that I used to just go ahead. But now I started doing far lesser questions, but then going in depth with answer options, even if it's incorrect, kind of making why the connect doesn't set in. So yeah, I think going in depth, as I said, even in my intro of this session, that my weakness is more from the impact of an answer choice and going. So even in that 2.5 minutes, I spend quite amount of time reading the passage and understanding and forming a framework on what basis the answer option should be. But many a times, uh, like I get stuck to understand the impact. Also, one more thing is, if I keep it on hold and if I kind of reject the other options, then I don't go so in depth to see why that option which is left makes more sense. So then I just tick it and I move forward. So I guess more analysis from an answer choice point of view, I'm stressing more on that now. Why an incorrect option is incorrect.
Why correct is correct and why it didn't strike you in the first place.
Yes.
Uh, so again, so there are again two aspects here. One is the practice, one is the test taking. So as far as practice aspect is concerned, so you dig deeper to understand, okay, these are the connection, and I'll talk more about it in any case about this option day. But you, so the more connections you make, the more clarity you have regarding various kinds of connections possible, and the connections especially which you are not able to naturally see. That's how you build your skills. So whatever connections are not natural to you, if you keep sort of making newer and newer connections, after 2 months, they will also become a part of you.
Right.
And suddenly now your skills have improved. Of course, it's a continuous thing, but that's how we build. And so now those are also coming naturally. So now in the exam, so instead of 70% connections happen naturally, now 80% connections will happen naturally. But still 20% connections are not happening naturally. So now there is a process that, okay, if some connection doesn't happen naturally, you make a deliberate attempt to make that connection. Because that's a job there to evaluate the option. That's a job there to comprehend the passage. So naturally, if some connection is not happening naturally, then you make a deliberate attempt. Naturally, it means you slow down a little. But slowing down is useful, right? Because you are not slowing down unnecessarily. You are slowing down to increase your accuracy, which is the ultimate objective, right? Of course, in the exam, you have to take certain calls, how much slow down and all that. But the process is still applicable there to some extent. It is not that you never make a deliberate attempt in the exam. No, even I still do.
Yeah. And I also like sometimes I just make a framework and I'm too like tight in that framework, right? So then that I don't give myself time to kind of understand the option and make that logical connect. So I think I'm not even too now the change that I'm making is not fitting myself into that framework or allowing that answer choice to be within that framework.
So this is the same problem that I was talking about when I was talking about pre-thinking, that it creates bias.
Right.
Pre-thinking is like you could think of one or two specific cases, or you can create a certain boundary. And
Right.
this is the scenario. So anything, so whatever comes within, you are biased towards it. Whatever comes outside of it, you are biased against it.
Right. I know.
Which is, which of course helps in speeding up things, right?
True.
But depending upon your skill level, you have to see how much you need to remain open.
True.
Right? For a person at your age, for a person at 35, 38, and at least in practice, you have to remain open because the whole objective of practice is to increase that boundary, right?
Right.
To have that boundary as helpful as possible, right?
Right.
That's how you make that boundary very clear or very helpful by sort of pushing yourself to make more and more connections. So during practice, definitely you have to make as many connections, think in all possible ways. But during exam, of course, then you have to take calls. Because if
Right.
you remain open to everything, then it naturally slows you down because you're like everything you have to really dig deep and all that consciously.
Right.
But during practice, at least, you have to make all the things because that's how you make. So it's like common sense. Everybody has a common sense. Sometimes it's limited, sometimes it's very wide. Okay. So you how do you increase your common sense? By exposing yourself to new and new ideas. Okay, this is also possible. I never thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, Abhishek, anything? You first of all, do you agree with what we have talked about in option D?
Um, mm, I mean, I agree with the interpretation, sir, but I think it's too much of a stretch for me to go from the bone fragments being found together with the cutting tools, and then जैसे Anuj said कि probably the bone fragments were being burnt and they were burned by fire. I think it's too much of a stretch for me, sir.
No, no. So first of all, uh, you're thinking uh, two, three jumps at the same time. The first thing is it's saying the bone fragments were at the same time as early hominids, right? Option.
Right, sir. Hmm.
So they were at the same time. Now, what is given in the passage is that campfires and bone fragments were at the same time, right? That
Campfire and bone fragments?
essentially the bone fragments were heated to no temperature to temperatures no higher than those used in
Yeah,
experimental
yeah,
chemistry.
right,
That meant
right,
that the campfires were the bone fragments got charred in the campfires,
yeah, probably,
right? So that is
right.
given in the argument. Now
Hmm.
this is given in the option that bone fragments and early hominids were essentially at the same time. So if you put
Hmm.
the option with the argument, doesn't it lead that campfires and hominids were at the same time there?
It does, sir, it does. It does indicate.
So why does it seem like a wild stretch that to say that it is supporting the use of fire by early hominids?
Maybe because I thought of it that way, that just because cutting tools are found does not necessarily mean that they were indeed used to, cut the
Maybe
animal.
every देखो, you're thinking maybe a lot of things are possible.
Right.
Course cutting tools are मतलब if I get into maybe I can create a lot of maybes. Cutting tools known to have been used by early hominids, but yeah, they have been used, but not necessarily they were using it. Whatever. I can create a lot of maybes there. But you
Mm-hmm.
have to first see where it leads you. So there is
Okay.
always a comprehension part and then there is a maybe part. The first,
Hmm.
when we are evaluating options, especially in strength and weaken question, we see where it leads us, not
Hmm.
what else is possible. So I tell you that he's smart. So does it support that he should be hired for a job? And you're like, yeah, but he's smart, but I don't know whether he's lazy, whether he's violent. Of course, all those maybes I have not talked about. But what I have talked about, you have to go in that direction, no?
Got it, sir.
What it is saying is they were found at the same place, which indicates they were existing at the same time,
Hmm.
right? So you go with
Hmm.
that. Okay, if they were existing at the same time, and given what I have, if can I put them together to have an impact on this?
Hmm.
Then it's not going to be a wild jump for you. If you go in this step by step manner, if you
Okay.
just look at the option and without really understanding the impact of it, or not impact of it, just the meaning of it. So there is a literal meaning of it. For example, that yeah, they were found in distinct layers, so there are layers of limestone. These bone fragments were found there. These tools were also found there. What does that mean? Okay, so bones and tools were found at the same place. Okay, so probably hominids were there at that time. This is the This is, you are not relating it to the argument so far. You're just trying to understand option D. If you go start connecting option D with the argument even before you have really assimilated option D, then it's going to seem like a wild jump. Yep. How can this ever support? Because you have not done the proper job with option D. Okay, so when we talk about doing a proper job with option D means we look at the literal meaning that limestones, they are okay. So what do I do with that? So if you don't go anything beyond that, you're like, same limestone में मिल रहा है तो मैं क्या करूं? Then it's like, of course, it has no impact. What kind of useless information is that? But you can see, okay, they're found at the same layer. What does it mean? It means probably they were existing at the same time. Now you connect. Now it looks like a logical jump.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Anything from the anything else from the active participants?
No, Caesar.
Yeah. So now I'll open the floor to passive participants. You can raise your hand. So first we'll before asking any general questions, because yesterday a lot of people started asking general questions. So before, of course, you can ask general questions also. But before asking any general questions, if you have questions specific to the question that we have covered, I'll encourage you to first ask those questions. So if you have a question regarding the question we have done, then please raise your hand. So Om, you can unmute yourself.
I didn't understand why is C wrong.
This one?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, sir.
What did I say? Why did I say that option C is no impact?
I remember in chunks that you took example that
No,
X
no,
is
no.
evidence.
Don't speak about jungle. Give me the exact reasoning that I said why option C is wrong. Do you remember the exact reasoning?
Sir, I remember that you said one thing, X led to Y, and then you told Z, the option choice gives Z led to Y.
No.
So it does.
Hold on. So there is no led to Y that you said. So essentially, let me explain to you. What we are trying to support is this claim. This is what you are clear? This is
Yes.
the claim we have to support.
Yes,
That
sir.
charred bone fragments are evidence of the use of fire. So
Yes.
essentially, if I call this X, we have to support that X is the evidence of this Y. Right?
Yes.
This is what we have to support. Option C is saying there is some other evidence of Y. There is some other evidence of fire.
Okay.
Right? Do you
Okay.
agree with that
Agree.
so far? So if Z is the evidence of Y, does it support that X is the evidence of Y?
No, sir.
That was my reasoning.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions from other participants? If there are no questions, you can ask any general questions also. Any question you may have. कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है?
CJ, Anuja, There's one general query I have. Like while practicing, right? If I see that I'm getting these medium questions correct, right? Does it make sense in a practice session just to focus on hard? But even in hard, my accuracy is say about 60 to 70%, right? It ranges anything between 50 to 70. So in a practice session, should I take mixed questions where I jumble up the difficulty level, or should I just focus on maybe like 3 medium and 7 hard? Or you feel that's not the right way to go about it?
So again, what is the objective of the practice session?
It's not to get questions correct or like incorrect. It's more from deriving maximum out of a question to understand,
To learn, right?
to learn, right?
Okay. So do you learn anything from medium questions?
Yeah, I do, especially from the incorrect answer options.
So you're saying even the question that you get wrong, even the question that you get right, you still learn from sort of the 4 incorrect options.
Yeah, I do.
But you are saying that sort of the frequency of learning is not that great that you don't feel like investing time in medium questions.
Yes.
Yeah, in that case, it may make sense to focus on hard questions.
Okay.
Okay, it is also possible that even though there is much to learn, you're not learning from medium questions. Again, what kind of accuracy do you get in medium questions?
Around 80%.
तो यार फिर तो बहुत कुछ होना चाहिए
80 on an average 80%.
80% means 20% questions are wrong. If 20%
Yeah.
are wrong, there must be another 20% in which you're down to 2 options, but you select the right one.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
in 40% of the questions, at least you have something to learn. And
Okay.
quite a good amount to learn actually, because you're down to 2 options or you're getting it wrong completely.
Right.
So 80% accuracy means of course, 60% remaining questions. Also, there might be certain options in which you're like a little tricky, but you're like, this is the answer. The first thought is incorrect, but the second thought you figure it out. Yeah, it's right. Right. So it means there is something to learn there also. So especially it's very important to have really very high clarity in medium questions, because you don't want to get medium questions wrong in the exam.
Right.
Right. So 80% is not good enough. And again, it's not about you keep pushing your accuracy. The point is that there is a scope to learn. There's a good amount of scope to learn.
Got it. Thanks.
Yep. Yeah. Nishi, you were about to ask something or somebody else?
So I just wanted to confirm the D option. So basically in the argument, it's saying that campfire and the fragments are at the same time. And then the option gives us evidence that early homicides and hominins and bone fragments are at the same time. So we can conclude that campfire and early hominins are at
It supports that they were, since hominids and campfires were at the same time, so it supports the use of fire. It doesn't sort of prove anything. So in general, when and then you may observe it if you start paying attention. In archaeology arguments, there are 10, 12, 15, I don't know how many. There are always the jumps are much larger than in other arguments. Because that's how archaeology is, because they look at a coin, they're like, oh, this coin means that. Like, what? But so in archaeology arguments, the jumps are bigger. But still, of course, they are logical. But still, for example, it's a mild strengthener in general. But it's a strengthener, and for the reason that you shared, Nishi.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. And the other options are, of course, we have discussed, they are not strengthening, they are no impact or weaken. So, even if it is a mild strengthener, it is still the answer. And of course, it's an official question, and D is the answer. Of course, the 3 options that I've picked out because these are frequently marked by people. Okay, cool. Um, so I think, yeah, we can spend a few minutes just talk about anything you have learned today in this session before we go off so that we don't have to do this in the evening. So anything you learned in today's session? Anybody wants to share?
Yeah, CJ, I think to keep an open mind and not be fixated in a particular structure while before you get into the answer options, I feel.
Especially during practice for you.
Yeah.
Um, I think really paying attention to the conclusion. Like at first, even my understanding of the conclusion was just like we want to prove that early humanoids used fire.
Yeah,
But then when we read the answer state, like the choice C,
yeah,
when I was trying to evaluate, then it was clear to me like, okay, no, 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 wait, this charred bone fragments are evident that that is
yeah,
also part of the claim. So
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Okay, that's good. The precision in terms of the conclusion
right.
and sort of not limiting sort of what Anand said to particular options or to particular ideas, remaining open to other ways in which an argument can be impacted. Okay, what else?
Mhm.
And anybody can speak from passive participants also.
I think so for me, it has to be spending more time, I mean, as compared to what I used to do earlier, spending more time understanding the option first
Okay,
and then relating it back to the question. Earlier, I used to take a lot of jumps from the question and back to the option.
I
So
see.
I'm going to try and take more time to understand the option now.
So earlier you used to jumps. What did you mean by
So
that?
earlier, I used to like evaluate the option very strictly in the lines of what is asked in the question.
Okay.
So that is where I missed. Just say you asked me, why do you think what impact does D have? So in my head, I just read D that the bone fragments were found somewhere. So I quickly realized, okay, wherever the bone fragments were found, I don't think that's going to impact whether
Oh,
a fire was used or not.
hmm.
So that is my major takeaway that I'm going to spend time making those connections first in D and then relating it back to the question.
Okay. So you're saying that initially what you were doing was that as you were reading D, you were saying, oh, they were found. But we are talking about campfires and whether hominids used fire. So where the bone fragments were found, how is it relevant? You rejected. Is that
Exactly. Exactly,
so?
sir.
This is a common problem, not just with respect to option analysis, in terms of making any connections. For example, we were talking about how to read a passage. We read a sentence, then we read the second sentence, then we connect it back. Even at this level, people make this problem, make this mistake that they have not read the second statement, they have read just a part of it, and they have already started connecting to the first statement.
Hmm.
And it happens very frequently. They end up forming a very warped idea of the second statement because they have not really assimilated it well and they have already started connecting it back. So they are reading it with an expectation that it's going to say something because they have already started making the connections also. That's not the correct way
Hmm.
of reading. When we are talking about making connections, you make connections only after you have understood the statement well.
Hmm.
So when, let's say, if you're reading a passage, first statement, read it well, understand it well, second, read it well, understand it well, then make the connection. Don't make the connection of the second with the first as you're reading the second statement. You'll
Hmm.
end up forming a lot of times incorrect ideas. Similarly, option D, if you have not thoroughly understood what it really means, then there is no point connecting it back.
Absolutely, sir. I agree.
Yeah.
TJ, I have a question.
Yeah.
Uh, so the way we solve the questions in this session right now is that we are thoroughly going through one option at a time.
Yeah.
But when I'm solving questions from an official guide or from other resources, all the options are in front of me, and I tend to compare two options with each other.
Yeah.
So is it a strict no? Just thoroughly understand one option, cancel it, give it some weightage, or is it okay to compare two options?
Again, depends on the objective you are trying to meet. What is the objective? Why are you solving that question?
Get the answer. Like,
To get the answer, then a comparison will also get you to the answer, no? If you're solving the question to learn from that question, which is what the aim should be in practice. Because of course, in the exam, when you're trying to, because the objective is to score in the exam, then you're trying to solve the question, then the objective is to get to the answer, right? In that case, comparisons may make sense, and I'll briefly talk about it. But during practice, objective cannot be to solve questions. Objective, what will you achieve by solving questions? Objective has to be learned. So if objective is to learn, do I learn more if I go option by option, really dig deep into it, or do I learn more if I'm just into comparing options? That is the question. Now, comparing options, let's say, can we solve questions without comparing options? As I said, in 90% of the strengthened questions, there is only one strengthened, which means that 90% of the cases, I don't even have to hold any options if I'm clear. Okay. In 10% of the cases, it may happen there are two strengtheners, but as I said, the extent between the two strengtheners will be extreme. Will be quite clear that one is the answer and the other is not. In those cases, of course, if I come across a mild strengthener, I may end up holding it and then I end up comparing it with whatever option comes later. So if it happens at that kind of frequency, yeah, 10%, 20% of the time, it's just the design of the question. But if it is happening 40, 50% of the time you're into comparing option, it means you lack clarity. You're not clear why options are correct, which options are not correct.
okay.
Right? So then you need to build clarity. Otherwise, again, the speed problem, right? If you are naturally going back and forth between options, you need more time. You'll not have that time in the exam. And you'll also get questions wrong because if there is lack of clarity, that will manifest in getting questions wrong also. No?
Right.
So it's a comparison is a question solving thing that, okay, let's say I evaluate the options individually and I'm not clear, but I still want to take a call which option is right. Then I get into comparison. But that's essentially to get to the answer. That's a question solving thing. But when we are practicing, if we are clear the objective is to learn, then we essentially will do a good job at every option. Lastly, if we have to compare after we have evaluated all the options, we still lack clarity, we have to take a call, then yeah, we'll do comparison. But from the beginning itself, we are like into comparison mindset. Oh, I'll not evaluate option A properly because let me see option B also. Then just a rush to solve questions. You are not clear the objective of your practice.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
CJ, I have a general question. So, how frequently should we revise these takeaways? Basically, like, you know, as human beings, we tend to forget, right? Like, uh, we can keep on solving the questions, and I don't know, like, what is your suggestion for how frequently we can revise and stuff?
So frequency of revision generally tends on how fresh, how new that thing is for you. Normally, there is a concept of spaced repetition. You can implement a crude version of that. Essentially, the idea behind that is whatever you're trying to master, whatever you have just started with, the repetition, the frequency is higher. As you become more and more used to it, the frequency of repetition goes lower. At the beginning, you may end up revising every 4 days, every week. Over a period of time, you may revise every month. Some things you may revise every 2 months. That kind of thing. The frequency of revision changes over a period of time. Got it. Thanks. Cool. Anything else? Okay, nothing else. Then we'll meet in the evening at 7 o'clock. And we'll do some more strengthen weaken questions and gain some more insights. Thank you. See you in the evening. Take care.
Thanks, Ija.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Hmm. Hmm. So, I think overall, a lot of people, lot of forums and courses say that you should maintain error log. And a lot of people end up maintaining error log. Some people still don't. And some people are torn whether to maintain an error log or not. What is the point of it? So error log essentially is just an attempt to systematize learning. Did we talk about error logs in the first? Have I talked about in this workshop? Not yet. Okay. So error log is essentially an attempt to systematize learning. So let's say if I'm preparing for the GMAT, I'll probably not maintain an error log. Why? Because it's not that I'll not have anything to learn. I may have a few things to learn, but those will just be a few things. So even if I don't make a systematic effort, I'll still be able to manage because there are not many things to learn. So I can just manage it. So it's like if you have a 2-day project and you don't create, and you're not very organized in that. You don't create documentation. You're not very organized. Okay, 2-day project, you can be successful even without being very organized. Or at the most, it may end up taking 3 days, right? How much off can it go? But let's say there is a 6-month project, 6-month project, and you're not organized and you don't create documentation. You may end up taking 1 year, 2 years, or it may never happen, right? If the project is bigger, there is a much bigger need to organize it. Otherwise, it may end up taking exponentially more time, or it may just not happen. That's the whole point of maintaining error log. When you have a lot to learn, if you don't have a lot to learn, you don't maintain an error log, you may still succeed. That's fine. And again, I think I talked about that different people take different amounts of time. For some people, if knowledge is the problem, you may improve very fast, so you may not have a lot to learn. Okay. Uh, in that case, you may not maintain error log. But for a lot of people who are learning a lot, maintaining an error log essentially is trying to systematize, organize your learning. So it's extremely important if there is a lot to learn for you. And if we understand that error log is essentially is the idea is to systematize learning systematize. So error log need not be limited to just the errors or mistakes that you are making. It could be any form of learning. Let's say you read the statement in the passage, you're not able to comprehend it, and then you later got it, or later also didn't get it. That also can be put in an error log. That's a comprehension problem, not really that you're getting a question wrong or not related to the option, but this is also some learning. Or you couldn't connect the two statements. That's also learning. So learning could be at a comprehension level also. Learning need not be at the level of solving the question that, okay, in these two options, I was confused. Of course, that's also learning, that there is learning there. But learning is not limited to just evaluation of the options. Learning could be anything in any aspect of the question. Okay. So if you understand that error log is just an attempt to systematize your learning, then you know that you could use it for any learning. And again, should you maintain an error log? If you have a lot to learn, it's going to be very helpful. Rather, without a systematic approach to learning, you may end up taking much more time than you actually need to take. Of course, it is also possible that you maintain an error log, but you're just maintaining it for the sake of maintaining it, right? Somebody asked you to maintain, so you're maintaining it. So the quality or the value of an error log depends on the value of the quality of your learnings, right? In the last session, we talked about the three kinds of learning: helpful learning, useless learning, and then there are harmful learning. So within helpful learning also, there are various, so you can really get into a lot of depth. How much you are learning, the extent of learning can differ. So again, of course, organization of learning is helpful in itself, but it cannot replace the sort of the kind of learning that you are having. So one is, of course, how deeper you are getting into questions, the kind of quality of learning that you are having. Then on top of it, if you organize it also, it's like so nepe suhaga. So then you're really doing the best that you can to sort of maximize your potential or make your improvement happen in as fast or in as little a time as possible. Any questions from anyone regarding error log? Sorry. Questions? Okay, so we'll start with the participants. So we have Sriharsha, we have Anuj, and Rama Chiranjeevi. Okay, so would you like to be an active participant? Can you hear me, Rama Chiranjeevi?
Yes, sir. Currently, I'm traveling, sir. I'm really sorry for that.
No problem, no problem. That's fine. Let me pick somebody else. So Priyam Rathore and let's say Nishi, would you like to be active participants?
Yes, sir.
Priyam?
Yeah, sir. Same. I can
Okay.
be.
Great. So we have 4 active participants. Cool. So let me start. So this is the question we'll do. So we'll go statement by statement. So Nishi, probably you can start with this statement. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Sorry, sir. It's saying for a lot of years, these Renaissance buildings have been damaged due to the exhaust, which is coming out from multiple tour buses.
Yeah,
So
true. So you were
basically giving a background of what is happening. These buildings have been damaged because of the exhaust coming from these tour buses.
okay. You can continue, Nishi.
There has been little parking space. So most buses have idled at the curb during each stop on their tour, and idling produces as much exhaust as driving. Okay. So there is a lot of exhaust, as we know from the first statement. So as there is no parking space, what the tour buses have to do is idle, and that causes a lot of exhaust, similar to driving. So
Hmm.
either if you drive or you are idled, it's causing the same amount of damage to these buildings.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
The city has now provided parking that accommodates a third of the tour buses. Okay, so in order to protect these buildings, the city is coming up with parking spaces. So at least one third of the tour buses can be parked, and ultimately there is less damage to these buildings.
So we can, so yeah, you're connecting and you're reading the statement together. So yeah, the statement says, so now there's parking space. And if we connect it back, it essentially tells us that, okay, the second statement was saying there is little parking space, so they are idling and that's producing exhaust. And the first statement was saying, okay, the buildings are damaged by exhaust. So, okay, so we can connect it back to say, okay, so now there is some parking space, so probably the damage by exhaust may come down. Yeah.
So that's what it's saying. So the damage of the buildings will uh, diminish significantly.
Yeah.
By a great amount.
Yeah. So that is the conclusion coming with so.
Yes.
Okay. So we now have the question, which are the following if true most strongly. So again, we'll go option by option, try to evaluate the impact of each option. Uh, So Priyam, probably you can try this.
Yeah, sir. So we have to support the conclusion that has been stated.
Yeah.
So what the argument says is by providing accommodation for one third of the tour buses, the damage will come down.
Yeah.
Now, what does the option A says? Uh, Option A says that the buildings are threatened only by the engine exhaust. There is no other source of pollution through which the buildings are damaged.
Okay.
This is what option A says. Now we have to think whether this supports or not the conclusion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you can tell me your understanding whether it supports or what is the impact.
So, according to me, option A has no impact on the conclusion.
Okay.
Because it does not link back to the conclusion which says that by providing accommodation to one third of the tour buses, the pollution will come down. So, as in option A does not tells us how providing accommodation to one third buses will reduce the pollution that is happening to the buildings.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying option A is not relevant because it is not connecting with the plan that we are now providing parking and how that's going to bring down the pollution.
Yes.
So according to you, it's no impact, it's irrelevant. Anyone has a different view among the active participants? Anuj, you have a different view or same?
Sorry, actually, there's some internet connectivity issue at my end, so I couldn't hear Priyam's answer, but I can give my point. I can say why I feel.
So let me
So
explain what Priyam said, and then you can So Priyam said that this doesn't have an impact. This is irrelevant because it is not connecting with how providing parking will reduce exhaust damage.
Okay. My reason is a bit different, I think, because we are concerned with pollution that is from the engine exhaust, right? See, other than engine exhaust, I'm not concerned. So this does not like anyway uh, help me with the conclusion. We are only concerned with pollution from these exhaust fans. Any other reason I'm not concerned with.
So you're saying other pollution doesn't matter. So whether they are threatened by other pollution or not, the conclusion remains the same.
Right, it doesn't affect my conclusion.
Whether there is pollution from other sources or not.
Yeah, I'm only concerned with whether this plan will lead to the goal or not. That means whether the specific plan will reduce pollution from exhaust or not, engine exhaust.
Okay. Okay. Hmm. Nishi or Sriharsha, you have a different view?
Uh, I
Yeah.
agree with Anuj's explanation. It is no impact. And just to add a little bit precision to what he said, I think what we care about is only buses exhaust, right, from the conclusion. Anything other than that is basically irrelevant
Okay.
in this case. Yeah.
So Nishi, do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Priyam, you want to say something?
Yeah, sir. So I want to just clarify on the thought of what uh, uh, Harsha has said. He said that we are concerned with the exhaust of buses. So can we assume that option A में जो mention किया है engine exhaust, that means the exhaust of tour buses, because that's what I thought. Engine exhaust means the exhaust of tour buses, not of cars or any other vehicles.
So you're saying engine exhaust doesn't include car exhaust.
Yes, because we are concerned with the passage, and since the passage is talking about buses, so I think that's what we should assume of engine exhaust.
Okay. What about others here? Anuj, Sriharsha, and Nishi. What do you think? Does engine exhaust include only buses exhaust, or it includes non-buses exhaust also?
It could include non-buses exhaust also.
Yeah, it could
Yeah.
include others as well.
Like in
This just says engine
any
exhaust, so it
motor,
includes
yeah,
automobile. Yeah.
automobile, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I agree with that. So Priyam, it doesn't. So the meaning of the statement doesn't change. Okay, when it says engine exhaust, it means engine exhaust. So you have to see what this meaning has an impact on the argument. We wouldn't change the meaning of option A to evaluate the impact. The meaning of option A will remain whatever its meaning is. Engine exhaust, so it's engine exhaust. Now, what is the impact on the argument? That's what we have to see. So it's saying that they are not threatened by pollution other than engine exhaust. So they're not threatened by other pollution, but they can be threatened by engine exhaust, which could be buses, non-buses also. But what Sriharsha was saying was that uh, uh, the conclusion is about damage from the bus's exhaust will diminish significantly. So whether the threat is there from other pollution or not, we are not concerned. We are just concerned with whether the threat from this particular bus's exhaust will come down or not.
So, sir, if the option A would have said other not threatened by pollution other than this buses engine uh, exhaust,
You tell.
then also I think it has no impact in the argument, according to me,
Why does it have no impact?
because it restates what has been mentioned in the passage.
It restates.
Yeah.
So you are saying this, we already knew this from the passage.
Because if we negate option A, it says that buildings are threatened by pollution. Okay, no.
Yeah, so it's not given. It is still going to be no impact because we are not concerned with other pollution. There can be damage from other pollution. We are concerned with whether the damage from this particular exhaust will come down or not. So let's say I eliminate this. Let's say I make it general exhaust, not sure. Let's say I make it general pollution. Then will option A have an impact?
No, it still won't have impact because we are still not concerned if any other reason is causing the damage. Our focus is still just on the exhaust of automobiles.
And why is our focus only on exhaust of automobiles?
The conclusion is stating exhaust will. Okay, it's just exhaust.
Anuj, would option A be
Yeah.
relevant? Would option A be, I'm not sure with how
No,
much.
this still. Sorry,
Your
I'm
internet,
sorry.
your internet
Yeah.
connection is okay, or are you able to
No,
hear?
it's just fluctuating a lot. So sometimes I'm not getting what you're saying. But like I think you're asking me if you cut the bus's exhaust and if you just keep exhaust, will option A have
Yeah.
any impact or not? Yeah,
Yeah.
for me it doesn't because still doesn't say whether that 1/3 parking will help me reduce the uh reduce damage or not. So even if other sources do not provide as much threaten as the buses, but it nowhere kind of connects whether this plan will ultimately lead to the goal or not.
Okay. Shreyarsha?
Uh, I think it will strengthen now. The
Okay.
reason being, um, so in the argument, right, like the conclusion is these buildings from exhaust will diminish significantly. And the reasoning that was given is one of the sources of the exhaust, which is these buses exhaust. Uh, for that, we have a plan, like we are doing parking, and therefore the exhaust from buses will come down. And the final conclusion is that buildings from all the exhaust will buildings from exhaust will diminish. Now, what the option A is saying is, sure, like engine exhaust can come down, but besides, there are also no other. It's not threatened by other pollution. So it makes me believe more that okay, besides the one source that argument is saying, the other sources will also not contribute to compensate something like that. So overall, it strengthens the uh, argument.
Hmm. Okay. So let me, so yeah, your reasoning is right. I think I'm not sure how clear that was to others. So, so let me explain it. So essentially, the argument is like there is a source of, so their buildings are damaged by exhaust, right? Uh, so now you're planning that sort of this, you're providing parking. So one source of exhaust is going to come down. right? So essentially, this will lead to exhaust from tour buses will come down, right? And now, of course, this is coming down. Your conclusion is a broader thing, that the damage from exhaust will come down. Exhaust in general. Just give me a moment, guys. Somebody's at the door. Significantly. Just a moment. So we are saying the damage from exhaust in general will come down significantly, right? So you're tackling one thing and you're saying your damage from exhaust will come down significantly. So if there are 10 other sources and this is just one source which you are tackling, by tackling one source, can you say, okay, now I'm tackling one source, and that too partially, oh, my damage from exhaust will come down significantly? You cannot say that. But if we come to know, oh, there is no other source and we are tackling this, so then there is a more increased belief that, yeah. Then there is a potential it will come down significantly. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Nishi, Priyam?
So, but A can still have other, in the argument, we are just tackling the exhaust from the buses. And in A, it's saying general engine exhaust. So that means other automobiles are not like, we don't have anything to support those.
Yeah. Correct. So, I don't get.
So
exactly.
it's not a strong strengthener, right? Because we are still not tackling, say, from cars or any other thing.
Yeah, of course. Let's say, yeah, you are right. So there are buses, there could be cars, trucks, but there could be 10 other sources of pollution. So it's now eliminating 10 other sources, but of course, cars and trucks are still there. But
Okay,
since you have eliminated a lot of sources of pollution, there is an increase in belief in the argument.
got it.
Also, sir, for option A dash, no, so for option A now, to strengthen it, we are assuming that the uh, providing of accommodation to one-third buses is sufficient to reduce the damage, right? That we have to assume for option A to strengthen.
No? That is already a part of the argument that you are providing one-third of the you're providing parking to one-third of the buses.
Mm-hmm.
So naturally, if you provide parking to one-third, there's going to be a decline in pollution, right?
Mm.
How significant, whether one-third and all that,
Mm.
that's a separate gap in the argument. But another aspect gap is there could be other sources of pollution, which option A is tackling. So if there are multiple gaps in an argument, not that every option is going to play around all the gaps. One option is going to play around one gap. So very important thing that I'm trying to show here is the argument is all about buses and handling, tackling the pollution generated by buses. The conclusion was also about that. So in that case, any option that doesn't talk about buses, that talks beyond buses pollution, is not relevant. But keeping the premises same, I just change a word in the conclusion. Instead of buses exhaust, I make it exhaust in general. Now suddenly other sources of exhaust pollution also become relevant. This is how important conclusion is. I've written an article also around this, explaining, taken several examples to explain this. We talk about the scope of an argument. Okay, what is out of scope? What is inside of scope? I've explained all of that in that article. There is an article on what defines the scope of a CR argument. You can see a single word change can make option A relevant, which otherwise was not relevant. The premises are exactly the same. Just one word change in the conclusion, and suddenly option A is a very relevant, a good strengthener. Okay? चलें आगे. Can we go ahead? Yeah. Anuj, would you like to explain this?
Yeah, this just gives information saying that more tourists come to this city by tour buses than by other single means of transportation. So it again nowhere helps me to judge whether this one-third parking will help to reduce damage by exhaust or not.
Okay, so you're saying it's also not relevant.
Yeah.
Okay. What about others? Ishi, Shri Harsha, Priyam? Agree or you have a different opinion?
I agree. I agree with Anuj's explanation. Whether more tourists come by bus or even less tourists come by bus, it's still like the argument is talking about the damage from buses exhaust. And we have a plan which is that one-third parking. So still the argument stays at the same level. It's still like my belief is that it's still the same level after reading this statement.
So again, let's talk about this. So if I again make it exhaust in general, then
Then also it's a no impact thing. Yeah.
okay.
The total pollution will still be the same, right? Like whether they come by single mode transportation or bus. It nowhere states that it's going to help reduce the pollution.
But of course, it's not talking about whether it's going to reduce that we are already talking about in the argument about giving parking to the tour buses.
This doesn't strengthen because it's just saying, okay, with bus and other transportation, this is more. But again, there can be other 100 things which can probably be which can probably be causing more pollution than buses. So we are nowhere tackling that now that it's not limited to buses exhaust and it's just general exhaust.
Okay. So what you are saying, Nishi, is it's saying probably that buses are probably, it's comparing buses to other means of transport, that probably buses are more heavily used than other means of transport. But even then, buses could be there could be other sources of pollution which were much bigger than buses.
Yeah.
So given that there could be other sources of pollution which are much bigger than buses, this option doesn't help us in any way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, probably if we take bus and say 2, 3 other transportation, that combined can be more than the buses. So if I combine, say, car, trucks, that total exhaust damage can be greater than buses, because here we are just considering bus versus single means of transport. So it's just bus versus cars, bus versus trucks.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying it's comparing one-on-one, but
Yeah.
combined, they could be bigger than buses as a source of pollution.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody has a different opinion on this? Okay, so let's talk about this. So the argument structure is buses are a source of pollution, right? And I'm trying to tackle that to some extent, right? And I'm concluding damage because of exhaust in general will come down significantly. This is the structure. All of you agree?
Yeah.
So buses are a source of pollution. We are trying to tackle that to some extent. 1/3, we are providing parking. And now we are concluding that the damage because of exhaust in general will come down significantly. Okay. Now at this stage, we don't know whether, of course, there could be many other sources of pollution beyond automobiles. And within automobiles also, buses could be a very insignificant part, right? So far, that's possible. Buses could be a significant part, could be a very insignificant part, right?
Yeah.
And there could, of course, be other sources of pollution. All of these are possibilities so far. We have no information about any of these,
Yes.
right? Now, let's say somebody comes to you and says, actually, buses are not even a significant part of automobiles. Hardly anybody comes from buses, and you are trying to tackle buses. What will happen to your argument?
Fall apart.
Post that statement weakens.
Weakens? Now, if somebody comes along and says the opposite, that no, buses are actually significant. More tourists come from buses than from any other means. It's no impact.
So, sir, according to you, what you are saying, option B strengthens, right?
I'm just asking.
No, so as in
talk about.
what? So, sir, I would have chosen option B as strengthen now if in the first line it would have been mentioned that buildings in P have been only damaged by exhaust from many tour buses that come to city. Then, according to me, I would have chosen option B as a strengthener.
No. Let's not create variations. Let's stick to what I'm talking about. Okay, then that's a very different kind of discussion. So you are saying you will still not choose option B given what I'm saying. That's what you are saying, right? So just say that you don't agree with what I'm saying. That's all. So why don't you agree? So let's even before going into this. So let's say if I tell you that buses are insignificant part of the whole thing, automobiles, will that impact the argument for you or not?
Yes,
This
sir.
is what I've written here. If buses are insignificant, then that will impact. But if I say buses are significant, then that will be no impact for you.
So because as people have said, because we don't know about other sources of pollution, whether they have a more impact or they are giving any impact or not.
Okay, so when I'm saying buses are insignificant, then you're not thinking of other sources of pollution. Could be there are no other sources, even if it is insignificant, still it fine. But when I'm saying it's significant, then you're thinking, but there could be other sources of pollution. In both the cases, the other sources are still there. In one case, you're thinking of other sources. In one case, you're not thinking of other cases. Why is this inconsistency? So, Sriharsha, Anuj, Nishi, you have
CJ, I had one, I don't know whether it's valid or not, but it says more tourists come to P by tour bus. It nowhere says that there are more buses, right?
correct. Correct.
So, like, a bus can seat like 100 passengers, and
Yeah.
there may be like 50 single vehicular cars that in combination give out more pollution than the bus.
Yeah.
So,
So you're saying we cannot infer that there are more buses.
right.
Does it indicate towards an increasing and sort of a significance of the number of buses there? Is it in that direction or not? Of course, we cannot be sure there are more buses or not. But before this statement, did you even know whether only 5% of tourists come from buses or 1%, or you have absolutely no information before this statement? Now you come across this statement. Is this taking you in some direction, or this has no direction? That's the question you are being asked here. When you look at an option, this is the only question you are ever asked. Does this lead you in some direction or not? Common mistakes are it is taking you in one direction, you start thinking, but there could be other things. The other things can always exist. Because if there are 10 gaps in an argument, naturally the option is going to talk about just one. So you can keep thinking about 9 other things and always say the option has no impact. But the option has an impact because it's talking about one of those things and it's tilting you in that direction with respect to that thing. In other words, we always evaluate the impact of an option on the basis of what it says, not what all it doesn't say. So if there are, of course, for example, even in the last case, when we sort of when I change this, of course it's saying there are no other sources of pollution not threatened by pollution other than engine exhaust. So it is still open to cars exhaust and trucks exhaust, right? Because no other than engine. So engine can still include beyond buses. But we still call it a strengthener because it's eliminating a lot of other sources of pollution. So now we have more confidence that the pollution will come down significantly since we are tackling buses. But then you can still argue in this case also, oh, but what about cars, trucks? They could be significant. Yeah, but what it is doing, you have to evaluate on the basis of what it is saying. It's saying then, oh, other sources. So by eliminating those, are you impacted? That is a question you are asked. It doesn't say about these two, cars and trucks. So you're not going to evaluate on what it doesn't say. You're going to evaluate it on the basis of what it says. So it's also going to be a strengthener. Of course, the extent could be different. Okay, I'm not saying it is the same impact, sort of, but it's a strengthener. Okay, and the first thing always is to look at the direction. Is it strengthener or not? After you have figured out it's a strengthener, then if there is a need, you may think about how much it is strengthening. Just as when you have numbers, positive and negative numbers, the first is the sign of the number, positive or negative. Then you have magnitude of the number, +3, -3, plus 0.2, minus 0.2, right? There is a sign. So +3 and plus 0.2 both have the same sign, but they have different magnitudes. Whereas +3 and -3, they have the same magnitude, but different signs. So when we are evaluating an option in a strengthen weaken question, we first just focus on the direction, which is the sign of the option. We don't worry about how much it is strengthening, how much it is weakening. That comes later only if you're down to two options, which again, as I said, will not happen 90 to 95% of the cases. Okay, this is a simple mindset with which I approach. What is given is buses source of pollution. They are tackling it to some extent. So damage from exhaust will come down. Now somebody, and I'm aware that I have no idea about how significant buses are. Buses could be an insignificant part of the case, or it could be significant. Everything is open so far. From the argument, I have no idea. Now an option comes which tells me that actually more tourists come by tour bus than by any other single means of transport. Oh, so buses are actually reasonably significant. Are they really more in number than every other means? No, I don't know. But it is in the positive direction. So I know it is a strengthener. How much it is a strengthener? Is it really a better strengthener than some other option? If there is a need, I'll get into that. And generally, there will not be any need. Any questions, doubts on this?
Uh, yeah, I think the mistake I made again in this one is in the conclusion, I think I ended it till will diminish. Actually,
Yeah.
there's one more word, significantly. So, yeah, that caused the whole thing to go wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. Anything not clear on this?
Clear, CJ.
Clear.
Anuj?
Yeah, clear.
Okay. So as is, it is no impact. But if I change it to exhaust, then it will be a strength. As is, it is no impact because the argument is specific to that the damage from bus's exhaust will diminish. So how significant buses are with respect to other means, that's not relevant. Whatever buses are. So whatever, it could be tiny, it could be a major portion, whatever that damage is, it should come down significantly. That's all we are concerned with. How it is with respect to others, we are not concerned. So, yeah. Yeah, Priya, would you like to take a shot at it?
I feel again option C has uh, no impact on the argument because it says that even after providing accommodation to the third of the tour buses, there are some buses who are not able to find parking. They just uh, drive around when while their passengers are visiting a site. So I don't think option C strengthens the conclusion.
Okay.
It just says that even after providing accommodation to a third of tour buses, there are still some buses who drive around P while their passengers are visiting a site.
Hmm.
So, according to me, option C does not strengthen the conclusion.
Okay. Hmm. So other three agree with this, or do you have a different opinion? Or do you disagree with some aspect of what Priyam said?
Like, I agree that it's not strengthening. We know that 1/3 only gets accommodation. So it is understood that others will either be idle or will keep roaming around. So this information does not hold any value for us.
Hmm. Okay.
Uh, I also agree to the point that it has no impact. But just one thing I want to add here is the other two-thirds, right? They were idling earlier, and now this statement is saying they're unable to find parking and they roam around, right? So whether they're and but it's given in the argument in the line three that whether they're idling or they're driving, it's just as much exhaust. So it doesn't matter basically. Um,
Okay. Yeah. So it is given that idling produces as much exhaust as driving. So whether they idle or drive around doesn't impact the amount of exhaust that they generate. So yeah, so that is not relevant. Also, I'm not sure whether you three notice or not, but Priyam was constantly saying that even after parking provided, this option is saying even after parking is provided, some buses will drive around, right, Priyam? That's how you understood it.
Yes, CJ.
But but why are you saying even after parking is provided? So you're saying the option C is saying even after parking is provided. So this is after parking is provided, this
No, as
statement?
in option C does not say that clearly, but that's what I understood after connecting the argument and the option C. As in, I'm not sure whether that's right or wrong, but
No, no. So no. So right now also they don't have parking. After providing parking to 1/3 also they will, many of
there
them will.
still be, yes.
So it's a general statement that some of the tour buses that are unable to find parking, they drive around. Okay, it's not specifically to what's going to happen after parking. This is again before parking, after parking, some of the tour buses are just roam around. Just that it doesn't matter to us because it's as much exhaust as driving. So even the even whether it's some or the portion, even it's most, it's the same thing for us because it's the same exhaust. And it's specifically talking about who are not unable to find parking. So whatever they do, they stay idle or so yeah, it's a no impact. So Anuj, can you take a shot at it?
So this option just says that tour buses typically spend less than 1/4 of the time they are in P transporting passengers from one side to another.
Yeah.
That means the movement of the car is only 1/4 of the time they actually are on the road.
Yeah.
So I guess that means most of the time they are idle.
Right.
So I think like this kind of supports that because they're idle and if they get the parking, this is going to help reduce the pollution.
Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so you're saying it supports because it's saying that, okay, they are spending less than 1/4 of the time doing this. So there is more than 3/4 of the time they are idle. So
Right.
if we give them parking space, so that 3/3, which is a substantial portion, we'll be able to reduce that exhaust.
Yeah.
Okay. What about others?
I agree with Anuj.
Okay.
Same suggestion. I agree with what he has said, Anuj has said.
Hmm. Okay. Shreya, you also agree?
Um, Actually, I'm unable to understand the meaning of the statement itself. Uh,
Okay. What is the confusion?
Tour buses typically spend less than a quarter of the time. Let's say it's 1 hour, they spend less than 15 minutes. Yeah, in Paltito, transporting passengers from one side to another. Spend less than quarter of the time they are in Paltito. So the time they are in Paltito is, let's say, 1 unit, then 1/4 of the time is spent in transporting passengers from one side to another. And at that time they are in Paltito, we have a solution. So I see. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Yeah, it strengthens the conclusion.
Yeah.
My confusion was like that spends less than 1/4 of time they are in Paltito transporting. So which is the 1 unit and which is the quarter unit? I was like a bit confused. Yeah.
Yeah. 1/4 of this time they spend transporting.
Right.
So yeah, it strengthens. Of course, you may have liked it to be even less than 1/4, right? Less than 10%, less than 5%, and all that. But less than 1/4 means you still have a good proportion left, in which you can save exhaust. So it's a strengthener, and this is the answer to this question. Okay, anything not clear uh, in this question? Can we move ahead?
Yes.
Anuj, can we move ahead?
Yeah, CJ.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So um okay. Um so yeah, Shreyas, probably you can explain this.
Okay. So the recycling of municipal solid waste is widely seen as an environmentally preferable alternative to the prevailing practices of incineration and of dumping in landfills. Okay, so there are two practices, incineration and dumping in landfills. Compared to that, a better alternative is recycling the solid waste.
Okay.
Second line, recycling is profitable as the recycling programs already in operation demonstrate. So, besides being environmentally preferable, recycling also has another benefit. It's it's profitable as demonstrated by some operations. So probably the next statement talks about those. Third statement, a state legislator proposes that communities should therefore be required to adopt recycling and to reach the target of recycling 50% of all solid waste within 5 years. Okay, so as we started off, looks like recycling seems better than the common thing of incineration and dumping in landfills. Moreover, it's profitable. So naturally, there was a state legislator who proposed that we should adopt recycling with some specific target, like let's do 50% of all solid waste be recycled with a timeline of 5 years.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So there are advantages of recycling given. It's environmentally preferable and it's profitable. And then we have a proposal by a state legislature, which is saying, okay, let's adopt recycling and reach the target of recycling 50% of all solid waste. And the target to be achieved is within 5 years. So this is the question stem seriously calls into question the advisability of implementing the proposal. But again, we'll go option by option. So let's start with option A. Anuj.
Existing recycling programs have had recurrent difficulties finding purchasers for their materials, usually because of quantities too small to permit cost-effective pickup and transportation. So this kind of strengthens, I think, because this says that the quantity currently produced in the current program is too small for purchasers and it's not cost effective. So if we increase our recycling to 50%, this might mitigate the issue with the current plan.
Okay. Okay. Hmm. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
also have one query, CJ, if I can, I don't know, it's more towards the conclusion.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
this
Yeah.
conclusion is basically saying that he proposes two things, right? A, that we should therefore be required to adopt recycling and to reach a target of 50% within 5 years. Now, if I have to weaken, it says X and Y. So even if we weaken one, that itself is enough to weaken the entire argument, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, I have issue with understanding what we have to weaken, that
Okay.
we should not adopt the proposal of state asset.
Yeah. Advisability of implementing the proposal. So if if you come across an option that sort of takes you in a direction that you should not be implementing the proposal, that's what
Mhm.
you're looking for.
Okay.
So Anuj is saying that this actually strengthens the proposal. It actually leads us to think that we should implement the proposal. Uh, so do you agree with that? So Priyam, Nishi, do you agree with what Anuj said?
Yes, because here the limiting factor is that the quantity is less. If we increase the quantity, then the process of recycling can be achieved. So it's basically telling us that, yeah, we should increase the percentage more. So we can say 50%, and then recycling can be achieved.
Yeah.
So actually, I am completely lost. As in,
Then it's fine.
in
Take your time, no problem. If so, if you're completely lost, take your time.
yeah.
Uh, so one thing that again, option A, with regards to option A, it's saying they have recurring difficulties because of quantity is too small to pick up to permit cost-effective pickup and transportation. Do we know that 50% will make the quantities large enough to permit cost-effective pickup and transportation?
No, it doesn't, but it at least guides me to that. It tilts me towards a more positive approach, as in obviously how much is too small, right? What is the current also? I don't know what the current level they're operating. But if you're increasing it, that kind of tilts me towards the strengthened side of this argument. That at least the demand is there, the supply is not there. So if we increase the supply of recycle, then why not?
Yeah. So again, we evaluate an option on the basis of what it says, not what otherwise is possible and all that. Okay, so we look at the direction. It's saying right now problems with small, and we are in any case increasing the size. So, so the direction is clear. Now, whether the size will be enough to solve the problem, of course, we don't know that. But as far as the direction of the option is concerned, it's a positive direction. Okay. Again, these are common traps that people fall into. Another common trap, especially this option is very relevant for that. A lot of people, if you go on GMAT Club and look at the statistics of this question, uh, I'm not sure how many people, let's say 60% people get this right. So 40% people get it wrong. And out of those 40%, 20% mark this option. So half the people who are getting this question wrong are marking an option is actually a strengthener. And this is not a one-off case. Quite frequently, very common incorrect option marked in strengthen weaken questions is the one that is doing the opposite job. I'm not sure whether you have seen yourself making such errors or not. But when I do strengthen weaken question, the first thing that I evaluate is the direction because I know. But why that happens is simply because you are evaluating options. You're finding a lot of irrelevant options. And then you find an option which is actually relevant. Then you're like, yeah, this is the answer. But the relevant option is doing the opposite thing. That you don't realize. Okay, so that's why, and now possibly you can start observing in terms of your practice, also in terms of stats on GMAT Club also. Very commonly, uh, of course, not always they'll have strengths and weakness and all that, but a lot of time when there are opposite options, a lot of people end up marking. Okay, so you need to be clear that when you're looking at the relevance, okay, the option is relevant, that's fine. But is it going in the right direction or is it going in the opposite direction? Okay. Priyam, are you clear? Any doubts in this?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So Nishi, would you like to take a shot at it?
Sure. Some of the materials that can be recycled are the very materials that, when incinerated, produce least pollution. Which is okay, but others can be producing a lot of pollution when incinerated or dumped.
So again, you start thinking of what the option is not saying. You have to first think of what the option is saying and evaluate the impact of that.
Some of the materials that can be recycled. So it's saying that some of the materials which can be recycled produce the least pollution.
Yeah.
And
Some is confusing.
yeah.
No problem. Let me make it all. What could be better than that? Let's say if it is all, then what's the impact?
So then it's saying that if it produces least pollution, uh, then incineration can be a good option to go to. And we need to weaken the statement. That means we need to say that, yeah, recycling is not a good option.
Mhm.
It is slightly weakening. I'm not 100% convinced. Uh, but it is telling me that
So when it says the least pollution, what does least mean here?
lesser than, least as in the smallest amount of pollution as compared to other ways in which the materials can be handled.
Okay, so it's comparing incineration with non-incineration.
It's uh,
The least means less than what?
Other methods, yeah. Incineration versus other methods.
They are saying these materials are producing least pollution on when they're incinerated.
Yeah.
So they will produce more pollution when they are recycled, let's say.
That or it can be that recycling will not cause any pollution.
But then you're contradicting yourself. You're saying incineration is producing the least amount of pollution in these materials. And now you're saying recycling is not producing any. So that should be the least then. Least is 0 then.
Yeah, so recycling is producing more pollution than incineration.
Recycling is producing more pollution than incineration.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else has a different opinion on least pollution here?
Yeah, CJ. So,
Oh, sorry.
to give a brief, as I have thought, so SL proposes that we
Yeah.
should.
Hold on. So hold on. Just talk about least pollution. So right now you're just talking about least pollution.
Yeah.
Okay. So least pollution means less pollution than what? That's the question.
So according to me, least pollution means less pollution than recycling.
Less pollution than recycling. So you're sort of going with what
Yes.
I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
As per me, it means that less pollution than the ones that are being incinerated. As in, like, so previously 100% were incinerated, and out of that, the ones that were recycled produces the least pollution when it was incinerated.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, okay. So, Nishi is saying, and Priyam agreeing with that it's a comparison between uh, incineration versus others, which is dumping and recycling. And Anuj is saying it's a comparison between recyclable material, sort of recycled materials versus non-recycled materials, right? Both are incinerated, but recycled materials, sort of materials that can be recycled, produce less pollution than materials that cannot be recycled. Is that what you are saying, Anuj? So Sriharsha, which side do you take?
Anuj.
So it's saying the materials that can be some of the materials or all of the materials, whatever, that can be recycled. So these materials are the very materials. For the time being, this is a modifier, we'll just ignore it for the time being. These are the very materials that produce the least pollution. Okay, so these materials are the very materials that produce the least pollution when incinerated. Probably, I'm not sure I can explain it well in this case. But yeah, so this is the thing, this is the meaning that's coming out, that it's a comparison of these materials versus some other materials who is producing less pollution. So these materials are the very materials that produce the least pollution. So these materials produce the least pollution than other materials, because we are talking about materials that can be recycled. So it's a comparison between recycled and non-recycled materials. So when non-recycled materials are incinerated, they produce more pollution. When recycled materials are incinerated, they produce less pollution.
Yeah.
Nishi,
Yes, I understand. So this is going towards that why recycling is beneficial. So it isn't weakening.
it is not weakening. It is supporting. Uh, what are you saying? So are you saying it's not weakening, it's no impact, or are you saying it's supporting?
Uh, Supporting, but not strongly.
Okay.
It, yeah.
Okay. Anuj, what do you think?
Yeah, I also think it's towards tilting towards strengthen.
How it's strengthened?
The premise says that it's already environmentally preferable,
Correct.
right? So
So recycling is preferable over incineration and dumping, and recycling is also profitable.
right.
Right.
So this, my thing was that even if it's least, right?
Even if it
I
is,
don't know by how much less it is. And even if it is least, then too it is, sorry,
sorry, come again.
you couldn't hear me? Sorry. I'm saying that even if it's least, right? Then too, why won't it be preferable for me to recycle it? Just because I'm saying something is least, right? That doesn't mean that it won't be helpful to me, right? Even if I incinerate that, at least I'm incinerating something than nothing. Sorry, I'm recycling. I'm sorry. I'm recycling something than nothing. So for me, I guess that is why I felt that it's kind of tilting towards preferable and they should go ahead with the plan. Like it's not weakening for sure.
Okay. It's not weakening for sure. It's strengthening, you're saying, or no impact?
I'm a bit confused on this, but I think I'll slightly tilt towards.
Yeah. Slightly tilt towards strengthen, you're saying.
Right.
And why strengthen? Why, let's say, why there is a tilt towards strengthen? Take your time. Shreya, you have an opinion?
Yeah. At first, I thought this is no impact, but after hearing Anuj's explanation, I got a little tilted. But yeah, let me take a stand here. So, all of the materials that can be recycled are the very materials that can incinerate produce the least pollution. So, whether they produce the least or the most pollution,
Okay, good point. So if it is producing, let's say, the most pollution,
CJ, sorry. Can I just continue from like what I have to add?
So no, I'll change it now. So let's say if these are horrible materials, so materials that can be recycled actually produce a lot of pollution when you incinerate them. Okay, instead of least, let's say there is most pollution. Okay, so materials that can be recycled, but if you incinerate them, they are horrible. Then what is the impact?
Then it strengthens
Then
because,
it's very clear, then it strengthens, right?
yeah,
Right.
Okay, so this is another thing to understand. Least, it was not clear. Most stands out, right? Even though in a way, least is just opposite of most, but most suddenly the logic is so clear. Least, it was not clear where it is going. This is the play that I do when I'm trying to evaluate option. If the option is not clear, I just actually Sri Harsha was also trying to do that in his mind, whether it's least or most. So I do that play. It's a tool that I use. So it's saying least, sometimes it will not be clear on one extreme, but if you take it to the other extreme, suddenly the logic will be clear. Now you may think, of course, why is it clear? Why is it a different thing? But this is a tool that works. Sometimes what the statement is saying may not be clear if you just read it as, but if you take it to the other extreme, then it's clear, then you can bring it back and then you'll be able to relate it. For example, now in this case, if it produces the most pollution, then definitely we should support the plan, right?
right.
But if it
Right.
produces the least pollution, then naturally the support to the plan is not that great, right?
I mean, considering that the other modification you made, right, which is all of the materials,
Yeah, all is still there.
right? Okay.
The support, again, and again, another aspect is the most, definitely it's creating a lot of pollution, so definitely you should recycle. But now if it is creating least pollution, then should you not recycle? Not really still.
Yeah,
Right? Because the statements given are, it's given as an environmentally preferable thing, right? So even if it is creating less pollution than others, right? Right?
yep.
Yes.
Still given the argument, it makes sense to recycle, right? So one thing is, if we are clear that in case of most, it's positive, right? Uh, in case of least, it's definitely not positive, right? And in this context, since it's already given to us, it's environmentally preferable. So, so, so it doesn't matter whether it's less pollution than the other, it still makes sense to go ahead and recycle, right? So even if it is all, this option will still not have an impact, right?
So, sir, what does environmentally preferable mean if it's not pollution then?
It is pollution, it could be pollution only. And but essentially we are saying, let's say in recycling, you don't have pollution. When you incinerate them, you have some pollution. Now the amount of pollution could be different, right? You can have small amount of pollution or you could have a large amount of pollution. This is what this option B is playing on. Whether there is a large amount of pollution or there is a small amount of pollution. But the point is, it's already given that recycling is still all environmentally preferable. Now, whether recycled materials, if you burn them, whether they're going to produce a lot of pollution, less pollution. Overall, still it makes sense to recycle, because recycling is, even in case of less pollution, it's still preferable, it's given to us. So it's again a tendency to unnecessarily worry about sum and all that. Even if it is all, it's still going to be not relevant.
Uh, CJ, sorry, I didn't follow. We discussed that if it is most pollution, then it is a strengthener, right? And how did we go from there to no impact?
So most strengthener, we can understand it's a sort of in the positive direction, that yeah, it should be, then it makes a little more sense uh to recycle then, right?
Right.
So now if it is saying it's the least amount of pollution, which means it's less pollution than sort of incineration, right? A sort of least amount of pollution, it's producing less pollution than non-recycled materials, but it's still causing some pollution, right?
Still environmentally preferable. Okay.
And it's already given as that it's
Right.
environmentally preferable. So the overall structure remains the same, whether it produces least pollution or it produces more pollution.
CJ, I had the same understanding, but I chose strengthen because it was more giving, it was strengthening the premise rather than you saying that it's already given and option B is kind of a restating the same thing. I thought that option B was actually strengthening the premise and indirectly strengthening the conclusion.
So whatever is given to us as a fact cannot be strengthened or weakened. Now, what is given to us as a fact is, let's say, it's environmentally preferable, recycling is profitable. Any futuristic statement is naturally open to question. So if you can have a futuristic statement as a premise also, in that case, it can be challenged and can be questioned. But if it's like a is statement, past statement, then they are taken to be facts. He is not lying. Okay, that's one aspect. That's one aspect. Another is, let's say, even if we take away what I just said, how is option B strengthening the premise that recycling is environmentally preferable to incineration? It's just comparing two kinds of material, how much pollution they cause on incineration. It's not saying whether recycling is preferable to incineration. Still, option we wouldn't support that. No, just saying recycled materials, some materials that can be recycled, they produce less pollution than non-recycled materials.
Yes.
Still wouldn't support, but so what I said is also correct, but in this case, it's not even supporting. Okay.
Yeah.
Can we go ahead?
Yeah.
Yes, CJ.
Mhm. So Prem, would you like to take a shot at it?
Uh, I think option C has no impact on the argument.
Okay.
Because
Because
Option C just talks about quality and price. It does not talk about why we should adopt a recycling.
why we should or should not adopt recycling.
Yeah.
Okay, you're saying it's just talking about some quality and price. It's not really moving us in a direction whether we should adopt recycling or not.
Yes.
Okay. Nishi, do you agree with that?
I think it's uh, restricted to 20%. It is weakening
Okay.
because it's saying that this recycling program firstly has restricted to only 20%. Whereas what the premise is saying that we need to reach a target of 50%.
Okay.
So
So,
it's just saying that we can only do 20% and that will match the the recycling raw materials in quality and price. So it's capped to 20, whereas we are stating that we need 50%,
what is capped to 20?
restricted to 20.
What is no, yeah, yeah, I understand. So what is restricted to 20?
The recycling of uh, the waste.
But why can't we increase it to 50?
It's saying
Existing
that can
ones
match. Sorry.
existing ones are limited to 20, but why can't we increase it to 50?
It's restricted to 20 because then it matches the processed raw materials in quality and price.
So if you
So
50, then it wouldn't match.
yeah, that's what the option is stating.
Okay, so you are saying the option is saying that right now the programs are limited to that 20%, which can match raw materials in quality and price. So essentially, good solid waste, which can lead to sort of good raw material. Uh, but if we increase it to 50, then we wouldn't be able to get that good raw material by
Yeah.
recycling. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Uh, okay. Okay. Others, Shreyarsha, Anuj, or do you agree with which side do you take?
Yeah, CJ, I think, yeah, as uh, she said, yeah, it is a weakener, and basically it is attacking that the second line of the argument that recycling is profitable, as the recycling programs already in operation demonstrate. Right? And their profitability is based on this 20% of solid waste, their ability to just reprocess from this, but we want to target 50% of all solid waste.
Okay.
So that can't be, basically the saying we won't be able to reach that, therefore the
Okay.
weakener.
Okay. Anuj?
Yeah, I too agree. Because if it crosses 20%, then they won't be able to match the material in quality and price. So profitability will eventually decrease, right?
Okay. Priyam?
But sir, how can we conclude profitability by quality and price? That is one step jump in assumption that guys are making.
So if you talk about quality and price, you are saying we cannot, that does not even indicate profitability.
That can indicate, but for that we have to make a assumption that that it is linked to profitability, and not sure
Common,
whether we can make that assumption.
Commonsensically, is that related to profitability? Normal life may, if we talk about quality and price, are these things related to profitability?
Yes, in common sense it is.
So, but you are saying in this case, we cannot use that common sense?
No, we as in uh, after as in having 2 sessions of your seminar, I as we have discussed that normal common sense is can be applied. So yeah, then in that case, uh,
It is not, it can be applied. It has to be applied. There is no other way. If you don't apply common sense, what do you apply? What is the alternative? Non-common, there is nothing else to, right? You'll have to use that, whatever is the reasoning. There
no.
is
So
nothing.
what I used to do is take the options as it is, without making any jump in assumptions.
Yeah, must be getting a lot of questions wrong then.
Yeah, so now, if yeah,
Yeah, so it's saying that existing recycling programs have been restricted, so they are limited to that 20%, to that 20% which can match raw materials in quality and price. So there is a 20% of solid waste which can, if it is reprocessed, can match raw materials, processed raw materials in quality and price. So there is only 20% of solid waste which can do that, and existing recycling programs are limited to that. So the remaining 80% cannot match it. That's something we know from this statement. And one of the reasons given to increase recycling was it's profitable, right? Okay. So that was one of the reasons given to recycle or increase the amount of recycling we do. But now we get to know that existing ones are profitable because they're doing this. But if you increase it to 50%, you're getting into that category, which is not going to match raw materials in quality and price. So you are not going to be you are not going to be profitable. So that calls into question whether we should do it or not. Okay, so if this part were not there, the argument was nowhere talking about profitability at all. It was just saying it's environmentally preferable, therefore you should increase recycling. Then this option becomes irrelevant. Well, let me think about it. I'm not sure. Let's say I remove that profitability part. The recycling is widely seen as okay. So it's environmentally preferable. Therefore, you should increase recycling. And now we are questioning the advisability. So right now we are limited to profitable things. It's environmentally preferable, therefore you should do it. It's environmentally preferable, therefore you should increase. But it's not going to be profitable. I think it may still have an impact. But it's going to be very dicey thing actually.
How, CJ? Because right, C is talking about price and profit, and argument is nowhere concerned.
So essentially I'm saying X is environmentally preferable over Y. Sorry for my handwriting and spelling. Therefore, we should do X. Let's say this is a kind of argument.
Right.
Now, somebody comes and says that Y is more profitable than X.
Okay.
Would this argument be impacted?
No, for me, because we are still considering environmentally preferable, right? So you can go at a loss, but still it's for environment, it's preferable. So you'll go ahead with the plan.
So this is the argument. X is environmentally preferable over Y. Therefore, we should do X. Now the option says Y is more profitable than X. So Anuj is saying this has no impact. Anuj, that's what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying I'll still go ahead with the plan.
No,
That we should do this.
no, that's fine. I'm talking
Yeah,
about,
it has no impact for me.
yeah, okay. What about others?
Oh, I see. So again, like this depends on the exact conclusion. So therefore, we should do X because of, if you add because of environmental preferences, then it's a different thing. But here, okay, considering just this argument, right? Therefore, we should do X. Then I think this option would actually weaken. It'll be in a negative direction.
Okay. Shriyasha is saying it's a weakener. Anuj is saying no impact. Others? Nishi?
If it's only we should do X, then even I think it's a weakener.
Priyam, do you want to take a side?
Weakness, sir. I'm with Nishi and Sriharsha. But I have a doubt which I'll ask afterwards.
Anuj, you want to change your side?
No.
Okay. So let's say if I say X is easier to do than Y. Therefore, we should do X. This is a mess now I'm creating. Okay. So now this is the argument. Let's say the option is same. Y is more profitable than X. Now what is the impact?
For me, the basis of the conclusion is easier, right? If
Yes.
I'm just concluding based on the difficulty level,
Yeah.
right? Then why will I judge the conclusion based on some other criteria?
So you are saying again, you feel that it's a no impact.
Yes.
अब रियल लाइफ में आ जाते हैं.
Real life.
रियल लाइफ ही है और मतलब कौन सी कुछ और लाइफ थी.
No, as in like if you bring in profitability over preferable, then I will choose like profitability because I'm an Indian, right? But I think many will choose environmental preferable.
Hold, you're not an Indian. You'll not choose profitability. Is that what you're saying? The choosing profit.
Sorry, I lost you in between. My internet connectivity is poor. Sorry.
So real life में आ जाते हैं.
Right.
ठीक है. आप somebody is trying to say यार देख यार X easy है then Y. let's do X. Your another friend comes in, but Y is more profitable. You'll still be like, easy की बात हो रही है. Don't talk about profitability. Let's do X. That's how you'll say.
No.
No? Why not? Why not?
Because I have more to gain in terms of like profitability in Y. So if I'm capable of doing the difficult task, why won't I do it and earn more?
So that will be impacting you. That will impact your stance, whether we should do X or not.
Yes.
So why not in this case? Here it's saying we should do X.
Because I feel you're talking about environmental preferable, right? Like it's not easier versus more money you want to
Okay,
earn.
okay. So let's ignore the easier. Let's say
Okay.
your friend is saying, yeah, this is environmentally preferable. Let's do it. And somebody comes, oh, we'll make billions in Y. We'll just make $100 in X. We'll still say, no, let's do X. Yeah, it's environmentally good.
What was the first sentence? X is more difficult.
Environment
Sorry.
is environmentally preferable over Y.
Right.
So your friend is arguing that, oh, let's do X. And your another friend comes in that he tells you that you will make $100 a year doing X and you will make $1 billion a year doing Y. You will shut him up, tell him go off. I'll rather do X because it's environmentally preferable.
Depends if I'm the mayor or something, then I will tell him to shut up.
Mayor.
As in like the city council or someone.
Why?
Because I care about the larger population, right? If it's environmental issue, then why would I do that, right? Will
The
I get
normal
re-elected?
argument we are talking about. We are not saying you are a mayor and you are presented, your objective is to environment. Nothing of that sort is, of course,
I
if you,
ethically do it, then I will not do it, right? To be honest.
nee, that's fine. What you eventually do is a different thing. What the question is whether you will get tilted or not. That is the question we are asking. Are you saying you will not even get tilted? Or are you saying that eventually what you will do is different?
Yeah, I might get tilted.
And I'm not sure how you look at environmentally preferable. But in your mind, it seems to be black and white when you're arguing this way. Environmentally preferable means X could be generating, let's say, 99 kgs of CO2 and Y could be generating 100 kgs of CO2. So definitely X is, but let's say Y gives you $1 billion, X gives you $100. You're like, no, but 99, it's environmentally preferable. I'll do X. Will you ever think like that? Will you ever think like that? 99 versus 100 kilogram of CO2. In your mind, it's like black and white, right? You're thinking, oh, this is going to destroy my environment. This is going to protect my environment. Nowhere it's saying that. It's saying environmentally preferable. First of all, you are thinking in terms of extremes, right? Even if there are extremes, when you talk about profitability, there is one positive aspect of why now coming ahead. It shifts you. Eventually, it will remain a call how much environmentally preferable, how much income wise, and all that, right? But as far as the tilt is concerned, there is a tilt.
Right.
So we are given one advantage, whether it's easier or environmentally preferable in the premise. And therefore, we are concluding, oh, let's go ahead with X. Now, somebody else comes along and presents another advantage of Y over X. Naturally, there is a movement in the opposite direction. Now,
Okay.
how much movement? That depends. Again, how much weakener is a separate question. That depends on how much environmental preferable, how much increase in profitability, how much profitability is important to you versus environment, and so many things. But is there a shift? There is a shift.
Yes.
On the other hand, if the conclusion was X is, let's say if the phrasing was X is environmentally preferable over Y, therefore, um, uh, instead of saying we should do X, X is, I don't know, something in terms of, let's say X is better for the environment or something like that. It's specific. So premise is also around environment. Conclusion is also around environment. Then profitability talk is irrelevant. I think we were talking about the same aspect in some other question also we discussed today. And buses. If it's about buses, premise is also about buses, conclusion is also about buses, non-buses becomes irrelevant. But if there is a shift from buses to in general exhaust, now suddenly non-buses become relevant.
Right.
Similarly here, the premise is about environmentally preferable, but the conclusion is more general. We should do X. Right? In
Right.
general, so one is profitability, other could be costs also, right? Let's say the cost of implementing X could be extremely high. Then it doesn't make sense to do X. Or there could be several other disadvantages. It's environmentally preferable, but it's actually very dangerous to implement. So people could die. Right? It's not just monetary sort of naturally. I think when I was talking about profitability, you were thinking morally and ethically and all that, right? But it's essentially just one disadvantage. Disadvantage could be something else also. So,
Got it.
so we need to be very clear what the conclusion is. That determines the scope, what is relevant and what is not relevant. So in this case, since what we are trying to weaken is the overall advisability of implementing the proposal, if we say it's not probably going to be a very profitable thing to do, okay? So there is a negative shift. Even if the premise is not talking about profitability, because your conclusion is in general, whether we should implement or not. If the conclusion was specific that implementing is going to be good for the environment, now it doesn't matter whether it's profitable or not. It's still going to be good for the environment. I think a similar question we did when we were talking about charred bone fragments are evidence of the use of fire. We needed to strengthen that exactly. If there is some other evidence of fire, it was irrelevant. Right? On the other hand, if the claim were that early hominids, I'm just speaking, you remember, I think, right? If the question were early hominids used fire, then that would have strengthened that there is some other evidence also. It is how the conclusion is framed that determines what the scope of the argument is. Does that make sense? Any confusions?
So the scope article is in your website or where it is?
It's on GMAT Club also. If you just search on Google what defines the scope of a CR argument, you will get the link.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll also share with all of you who have registered the link to all of my resources, videos, link, articles, and all that. I'll also share a compilation with all of you. Okay. So yeah, now if there are any questions from Anybody, uh, active or passive participants. Now you may ask, you may raise your hand, and then just one by one you can ask question. We're also at the end of this session and the workshop. So yeah, you can ask questions. Okay. No questions coming. So any takeaway or anybody wants to share the overall experience of the workshop? Was it useful? How did you find it? Nitisha, do you have a question? You unmuted
No,
yourself.
sir, I don't have a question, but I just wanted to, first of all, good evening, but I just wanted to let you know that the session was quite interesting. I'm saying this because I'm not a GMAT aspirant and nor do I think of, preparing for this exam. But yeah, this was a quite interesting session for me. I think I was pretty foolish to not, search about how CR works in GMAT, or maybe I could have just spent 15 to 20 minutes reading about it. But yeah, I just came to the session and I was like, okay, yeah.
Okay, so you're not preparing for the GMAT. So then why did you join this? What is it?
Actually, one of my friends suggested. So we follow you on LinkedIn.
Okay.
So obviously, it might sound very dumb, but it's just said critical and reasoning, and I was like, yeah, I need logic in my life, and
Oh,
obviously, solving those for exams and other stuff would also help at the end of the day. So I was like, kuch to seekhungi, so let me just be there.
okay. So
Yeah.
did it was it, I'm not sure whether, was it useful in any way to you?
Yeah, it was actually, in few ways, as in, I'm not sure if it just applies to CR and GMAT or maybe for other exams as well. But yeah, you can sort of apply common sense. Usually I'm that person who just sticks to a sentence, and if it just, as you said, if it doesn't come naturally, I would not go ahead with the answer. The answer should just speak out loud that, hey, I'm the answer here. So something like that. So yeah, those are few things, and I think visualization, in terms of reading the whole passage, and I think this was a very interesting way for me to understand how to read the passage in the first place, because
Okay.
if you are reading passages of say 2 3 paragraphs, I used to just forget what was happening in first para or something like that. So
Okay.
yeah, it was helpful in that way.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you
Okay.
for attending. And I think you've attended all the 3 sessions.
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Okay, great.
This was like this last one was a pretty hectic one, and I was losing it in between. I was like, okay, what is going on? Let me just catch up. I tried very hard, but I'm sorry I wasn't able to catch up to the last question.
Yeah, I understand. Look, lot of different opinions coming in, and then I'm questioning and all that.
Exactly, yeah.
I understand. It becomes difficult at times.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you.
CJ, can I say something?
Yeah.
So CJ, first point was that we can apply common sense in the argument. Second point was what defines the scope of an argument. So, are there any more such minute things which you know which is required to be kept in mind before solving CR questions? Because you know no, as in I have not come across any other teacher who who has put such importance to these two factors, and I'm sure there has to be many more important aspects that has to be kept in mind before solving a CR question. So can we have another session or anything where you can teach us what are the important things or common mistakes that uh, a CR uh, uh, GMAT student does?
So there is already, so of course, in future, I may do more workshops that is there. But in general, so far, I also have a lot of content. There are a lot of articles, there are videos, also webinars I've conducted for the last 2 months. There are, I think, 3, 4 webinars that I've already conducted. So you can check those out also. Again, I'll be sharing a compilation of all my content. So that will be helpful. And yeah, in future also, um, most probably conduct more workshops so you can be a part of them.
Because this was, as in, this question helped to, solidify the base for me. So I feel I need to work more on the base of how to read an argument, what things to assume, what things not to assume. So
Yeah.
I have to have more sessions on improving the base. So
Yep. Yep.
Hey, CJ, Anuja, I think these sessions were really helpful. I think the major takeaway for today's session was really understanding the scope of the argument very well, because if that tilts even by 5 to 10%, you kind of then spending time on answer choices is just useless. So yeah, I think that one major takeaway is definitely the scope of the argument and sticking to that, and also being open, not being stuck inside like a framework that one has created, and be open to choices which might tackle or may answer, may be of your wording but in a different way, like may not be as per your logic. So I
Okay. Yeah.
guess those were the major takeaways.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I also have a similar takeaway, which is like, when especially for the conclusion, right? Reading every word carefully, that matters a lot. In a couple of questions today as well as yesterday, also, I missed a word, and that changed the whole understanding and how the statement impacts uh, the argument and stuff. So reading every word carefully is in itself is important. The other one is uh, really, diving very deep into the argument, like understanding like why, how these statements connect and why they connect and why that logic makes sense, right? So generally we read and we have like, okay, argument says A goes to B, B goes to C, and that's it. Like, but then why, that understanding is really important, I think. So yeah, those two are my major takeaways.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah, I think adding to what everyone said, firstly, thank you so much. It was very helpful. It's like we have to be very invested while reading. Like you have to be actively involved and also like think parallelly, just not what is written, but also get deeply into it and say, this is what it is suggesting. Another thing, obviously, visualizing is very important. Uh, and also one thing that I really appreciate is that you also like while explaining twisted, like removed, say for example, buses and just made it exhaust and just gave us a flavor of how each question, like the premise can be same, but then when the question changes, how your thought process should change and vary. So yeah, very helpful.
Thank you.
Also, just adding one more point, I think each option statement, right? Like generally we'll be like, is this the answer or is this not the answer? That's the general distinction we try to maintain. Versus here we are like, is this, for example, in strength and weaken, right? Is this strengthener? Is this weakener? Is it no impact? So that like distinction of putting those three classes helps us learn more from each statement than simply saying it is not a strengthener versus like, hey, this is a weakener, or hey, this is actually no impact.
Right. Thank you. Okay. Anybody else?
Sir, I would like to tell something.
Yes.
I actually learned today that you mentioned that one criteria is given that environmentally preferable, but
Yeah.
you also take in mind profitability from common sense.
Yeah.
I totally ignored that in many questions earlier, and I have gotten wrong because
Yeah.
in many, like in GMAT club also, in many questions it is written if the argument is on like environment preferable, then other things we should not consider or something like that in many questions. So it's a great takeaway, and as uh, as you mentioned earlier, like you have to check whether it is positive, negative, or no impact, means it is strengthening, weakening, or no impact. So it was also helpful. So yeah, the session was helpful. I was like thinking I have only 1 week in my exam, so I was thinking whether should I invest my time here or not. But I follow you on LinkedIn. I have also subscribed to your email, so I know what kind of person you are. So it's really helpful. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Seems we are good to go. Okay then. Thank you all of you.
The
Yeah.
one thing I
Sorry.
wanted to ask, are you planning to do anything in RC? Because that is also one thing which is a bit troublesome.
Yeah, basically, I was also about to ask, like, what are the plans for other workshops?
ऐसे पता नहीं मतलब I'm sort of quite impulsive about it. I will do it next week itself. So I've not decided yet, but I think my next weekend I'm not planned anything. So I may, and it's a long weekend, especially for Indians. A lot of people may be traveling also, but essentially it's possible that I may do it next weekend, a workshop on RC. It may not be 6 hours. So 6 hours was a stretch, or was it okay?
No, it was absolutely fine. And if you
Oh,
can please do it before next weekend, that would be great.
okay.
Yeah,
Because
before 31st.
yeah, same here.
Oh,
Mine is the
okay.
31st attempt, so I would rather sit for those like for those sessions because I think when you're doing it by yourself, no matter how many hours you put in, there's no one to question you, right?
Okay.
So you only just have the answers that are given in front of you. So
Okay.
there's no one to really question and grill you. So I think these sessions, more than anything, just opens up your mind more to be more careful. And because many times you feel your inference is the correct inference because there is no one to second or question that. So I think an RC before like a 31st, maybe like between like before next weekend or next weekend would
So
be
six
gold.
hours was okay.
Sorry?
So 6 hours was okay for
Yeah.
you.
I'm ready to go for more 4-5 hours if you want to. Like
Acha.
I can sit for tomorrow
Yeah,
morning.
I think, right. I think in between there are breaks like 2 hours and
Okay.
then a break and then 2 hours. So that really helped, like, for us to get our
Okay.
energy levels back and also absorb the content very well in this gap. So I think even if you do 8 hours also, I think we'll be able to sit
And I
Yeah.
and
think because we do
stay
fewer
focused.
questions and we go so in depth, so it becomes more interesting also. At the end of the day, you're not like really, yeah, you might get tired mentally, but after half an hour, 45 minutes, you're good to go, I think. Because
Okay.
we are doing only two questions, not that we have done 30 and we are like totally burnt out at the end of the day. So I think going in depth in a few questions is much better than doing more questions in the same amount of time. So yeah.
Hmm. And what do others think? So people sort of who are passively here, uh, Dhruv and Tanya and Rama. What do you all think about this? Anybody wants to share? मुझे लगा okay at 6 hours. Not sure how people will take it. Of course, I did a in-person workshops a couple of months back. It was a full day thing. Morning, some 10 to evening 6, 7. There were breaks in between, but it was like continuous almost. But that I could manage because I could engage people, right? It's in person. Here I was not able to visualize how I would engage people in a sort of a day-long thing. So I that's why I made it like this at 2 hours in the evening, Saturday. I think it probably is, given the feedback, it worked well. Okay. ठीक है. Yeah, I'll think about conducting RC workshop next
Yeah,
weekend.
so please, if the next weekend, before that, anytime, like that's
I don't even mind if you conduct like another CR session, like same with different questions, because this is super helpful. I don't know if you
Okay.
have time or not, but yeah.
And I'll probably
Since
conduct on RC because I think some others have also asked me when
Yeah,
RC.
RC also I need, so I don't mind sitting for that as well.
yeah, since we covered CRRC also, like I'll put in quant and data insights also. So yeah, please do those as well.
Yeah, I think over a period of time, we'll do. Okay. So for now, yeah, thank you for staying till
Thanks,
the end.
CJ.
I had a good time. Thank you so much.
Thanks a
Take care.
lot.
Thank you.
Take
We
care.
too had a good time. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye everyone.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Bye.
Bye.